Date him. Imagine if he transferred his road rage to the bed. Rick, hi, how you doing? I was wondering though, would you be interested in a temporary relationship, like a year or two? And if you get pregnant with me, I would love to keep the baby as a single father. Please let me know if interested. Thank you. Wow, I have never, ever heard of a man that willingly wants to be a single father. Lady, he's a catch. I mean, come on, if it doesn't work out, sick. You just got a free pass to spread on your genetics. This is an advantage that up until right now has been exclusively in the guy's corner. Take one for the win, ladies. Why though? Damn, babe, I want you to sit on my big dick. I mean, cuddle me. I don't know if you figured this out yet, but the whole point of writing things out is you can delete them before you send them. I don't think that you're supposed to say what you're thinking and then write that out. Just say, I mean, cuddle me. Leave it to her imagination, what you said before. I'm sure she'll figure it out anyway. But anyway, if you like that, make sure that you sign up to Jordan Shanks, because we also do self-help videos as well as laugh at people that need self-help but will never get it, like this one. And hey, most people don't like the self-help. They just like laughing at the people that are worse than them. Fair enough. We've got more of it though. Sign up.
It's Wednesday. There's a heartburn bill in here. Like an hour or so from now, that'll come in handy. Right now, though, I'm gonna need a chewable. Half a chewable.
Hi, welcome to Honesty Wireless, the world's most honest salesman here. How can I help you today? Hi, yeah, so I'd like a cheap new iPhone, please. Cool. So unfortunately, the iPhone SEs are out of style, but we do have iPhone 14s. I think that would be perfect for you. I'll get you started with that. Actually, I'd like a cheap, small-ish iPhone with a 48 megapixel camera, specifically. Okay, well then I can get you the iPhone 15 to get started. Perfect. Wait. Okay, so I would like a cheap, smallish iPhone with a 48 megapixel camera, and I gotta have Apple Intelligence. So, okay. Nobody ever asked for that, but then I'll get you with an iPhone 15 Pro. We got those on refurb. Okay, so I have exactly $600 to spend on a cheap, smallish iPhone. I need a 48 megapixel camera. I need Apple Intelligence. I need an OLED screen. I heard that was good. And it's got to have Face ID. And I want that action button. So yeah. Okay. No, yeah, that's still, an iPhone 15 Pro should actually be good for all of your needs. So. And also, I hate high refresh rate. So it's got to be 60 hertz. And MagSafe, I hate that too. Don't want that. Who are you? So this is the brand new 2025 iPhone 16e. And this is not a budget phone anymore. So the SEs of the past used to be definitively budget. This one is not. This phone starts at $599. And Apple's storage upgrade prices are still ridiculous as usual. So the phone that I happen to be holding and testing right now costs $900. So this is not a budget phone. It happens to be the cheapest new iPhone available, but it's not cheap anymore, which makes it much harder to recommend. See, the iPhone SE for the past 2 generations, even though it's been old body, new chip, it's been the easiest iPhone to recommend for most people. To your parents, to kids, to random people getting their first iPhone, to anyone who is randomly upgrading from an old phone. It's just the cheapest new iPhone, and it's fine. But those phones were $399 and $429. So at $599, this phone that they've made, we just look at it differently now. And so I've been using this phone for the past week, trying to figure out who I think I could actually recommend to buy it. And I don't think there is one. The secret to making the SE iPhone so cheap for years has been the part spin strategy. Basically taking parts that they've already spent the money engineering and just Frankensteining them together. And this is true again for this 16E. So this time it's mostly in the body of the iPhone 14. So you've got your aluminum build, your flat sides, your USB Type-C, even IP68 water resistance, but then it's a new single camera ring on the back. We'll get to that in a minute. And they've added the action button to the left side too. Up at the front, it also still appears to be straight from the iPhone 14. You've got your 6.1-inch screen with a notch and Face ID. It definitely is just all bringing the cheapest iPhone up to date with a more modern look. Again, remember the last one looked like this, so this is way better. It's not the brightest display in the world, so once you get it out into direct sunlight, it's a bit less visible than some other actually modern displays. And it's also still 60 Hertz, which is still silly. But in general, it looks fine. But this is exactly where the nickel and diming begins. So you've got this whole family of iPhone 16s now, 16E, 16s, and 16 Pros. Good, better, best, if you want to call it that. And so the cheapest iPhone, they've had to take stuff out of it to get it down to this price. Some of the stuff they've taken out, not that big of a deal. Some of the stuff they've taken out, kind of harder to swallow. So here's one. The headline is that it gets the newest silicon straight from the flagship iPhone 16, the A18 chip. Great. Asterisk, this is not exactly the same silicon. This chip has one less GPU core. Pretty classic binning, not that big of a deal. This happens all the time. We just saw the Oppo Find N5. That also has a binned Snapdragon 8 Elite with only 7 cores instead of the typical 8. It's barely a footnote, honestly. You'll only really maybe notice it with intense gaming, with the few games that are actually that taxing on the GPU. But aside from that, it's really good. This formula has worked in the past, and it's always ended up being, on paper, one of the most powerful phones in its price bracket, and that's still true. It still is. So a binned CPU, GPU, fine. Fine cut. Another cut, colors. There's no colors. There's only matte black or matte white. This whole design here really is actually, it's super clean and also super boring. There's a complete lack of text anywhere on the back. And then honestly, the relatively small camera bump is a bit refreshing, honestly. But yeah, if you want any type of color on this phone, you'll need a case or a skin to get that. It's funny, the last 2 iPhone SEs I reviewed were both bright red, which I thought was fun. And now there's actually no more product red products anywhere in Apple's lineups. That was that program that was the red colored products where the proceeds would go to help support AIDS programs. I kind of wonder what happened to that. So colors, that's another cut. Okay. No MagSafe in a 16E. That one feels a little worse. So obviously the last SE also didn't have MagSafe, but that was 3 years ago. And MagSafe has now become a staple of the iPhone
it's
experience,
really cool.
at least I thought. And this is supposed to be the cheapest version of a modern iPhone. But no, this phone has just slow first-gen Qi wireless charging that maxes out at 7.5 watts. And since there's no magnets to make sure you get alignment right, if you're just a little bit off, it can be painfully slow. This week I had it on my desk charger for like half an hour, and it gained 0% while just getting warmer. I don't have to remind you of the downsides of early wireless charging. Of course, if you really, really want MagSafe on your 16E, there's nothing stopping you from getting a case. The iPhone has been the phone with magnets for so long in my head that I just feel like it's super disappointing to not have them in a new $600 iPhone. But now we got to talk about that camera. So there's a new single camera on the back. I actually think the whole good, better, best thing with the iPhones, where like the cheap one has one camera, the middle one has two cameras, and then the best one has three cameras, it actually feels pretty natural and like an easy to understand hierarchy. But please understand that this single camera is also not the same as the primary camera on the iPhone 16. It's 48 megapixels, just like the 16 and 16 Pro, but that's only part of the story. It is actually a much smaller sensor with inferior stabilization. So that manifests itself into just a very different look for photos. It kind of reminds me a lot, actually, of the A-series Pixel phones. It's not necessarily a worse look during daytime anyway. It's just different. Way less shallow depth of field, a lot less natural bokeh. There's still plenty of sharpness and typical iPhone colors and saturation, but then the image definitely gets much more quickly soft as the light starts to go away, because the tiny sensor is just not getting as much light. It gets less likely to freeze action and more likely to kick in night mode. Also, missing the second lens means you're missing cinematic mode, spatial video, and macros. So I just think, in general, if you're the type of person that cares a lot about the camera on your phone, you can see the clear, steady progression of better iPhone equals better camera. But this one, honestly, for its price range, is fine. Now, there's a couple other smaller things that the iPhone 16e also doesn't have. Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 support is one of them. Honestly, not a huge deal to me. It would be nice for future-proofing. Other phones do have it, but a lot of people will never notice because they also will never update
they
their
don't
router.
do
There's
it.
also no
Yeah.
ultra-wideband, so you cannot do the precision finding with any AirTags or anything like that. There also is the action button, but there is no camera control on this phone. But honestly, I don't think anyone's dying for that. But the sneaky X factor with this phone is they've actually introduced a new part, and that's Apple's first in-house designed cellular modem called C1. So there were some rumors about this. I remember from years back, Apple spent literally $1 billion acquiring part of Intel's modem business. So fast forward 6 years, and this is the first iPhone that doesn't have a Qualcomm modem in it. Apple's replaced it with their own for 4G, 5G, GPS, and satellite. Now, they've had a lot of success with the vertical integration thing lately. We just saw this with, Apple Silicon replacing all the Intel chips that used to be in MacBooks. So I think the question people are wondering is this the Apple Silicon of modems? And I think the short answer is
no.
You probably won't really notice anything.
It's a modem.
But that's actually a good thing. Like, I did speed tests in different places, didn't find anything really too dramatic. Gripping the phone differently in different ways.
You can't tell the
doesn't
difference.
seem to matter at all, because as far as I can tell, the antennas aren't really changed. There is no millimeter wave 5G support with this modem yet. That's something to keep in mind, though again, a lot of people will also never notice that. What is sneaky important, though, is modems can be, or have been, really big power draws in phones. Like, you've probably noticed this. If you're in an area with like kind of crappy cellular signal and your phone is like hunting and switching back and forth between 4G and 5G, that can drain your battery a lot. And the main claimed improvement of the C1 really is actually efficiency, which I love to hear. It's funny, SE iPhones of the past have always also been small because they're using older bodies. So small body, but modern processor that draws a lot of power. So battery life is just not a strong suit of those phones. But this 16E is a modern-sized big phone, and then it has this new, more efficient modem that is actually physically smaller and makes room for a physically larger battery. So battery life on this phone's been really good in my week of using it. Literally on par with my 16 Pro. It wireless charges way slower, but it's really good battery. So two main thoughts here on the C1. One, if Apple's been working on this for years, it actually makes sense that they would debut it in a relatively low stakes, lower volume phone like the 16E, iron out any kinks or figure out if there's any issues with it, and then when it's a big deal in the iPhone 17 series later this year, should be all set. But also two, maybe this is like the other missing piece that will help enable Apple to make this like super thin iPhone Air everyone's talking about. Apple's always wanted to make super thin stuff, but battery life always suffers when you do that. So maybe this, alongside that silicon carbide battery tech, could enable them to make an iPhone that's super thin, whose battery doesn't suck. Maybe? We'll see. But overall, the iPhone 16e. The more I think about this phone, the more it feels like it exists specifically to push you up to an iPhone 16 in Apple's classic price ladder. You get enticed by this base price, but then the next rung on the ladder is only a small jump away, and it's sitting there with all the shiny extras like MagSafe and an ultra-wide camera. Here's the problem though. This phone fits the price ladder, sure, but it doesn't fit the price tag. Like, let's be real, everything that's wrong with this phone is the price. Now I'm sure tariffs.
Yeah, if it was $300.
R&D of this new C1 chip, the extra RAM to support Apple Intelligence, inflation maybe even, like all these things to some extent contribute to the higher price of this phone. Maybe Apple also plans on increasing the entire iPhone 17 lineup price too. But this is the same identity crisis that the Pixel A series just had. I don't know if you remember that, but that budget phone came out, but the slightly older, more premium phone was still a better deal for most people because it was on a slight discount already. So you could get a refurbished iPhone 15 Pro for $600 today. I could argue that every single person considering the 16E should start by considering the 15 Pro. It's just everything.
I think they should start by considering not an iPhone.
It's a higher refresh rate, triple cameras instead of one camera, same battery life. It's only 1 year older. It's got Apple Intelligence. It's just, you should just start with that phone instead. And I actually feel like I know what Apple's answer would be if I asked them who should buy this phone. Because if you go to their site for the 16E, the built-in compare tool only shows comparisons versus iPhone 12 and 12 mini and iPhone 11 and the older SEs. So basically, if you're somebody with one of these older phones, then this would be a perfectly fine upgrade for you. You get that more modern design, the new chip, Apple Intelligence, and you're set. And they'd be right. It's not a bad phone for those people at all. It's just the new price does not match the phone. What? Who are you?
Good morning!
You just attempted to knock up Gabriel, but I think you missed. Okay, you're gonna have to take this bird back.
Yeah.
I don't like this anymore. What? What do you mean?
I'm Hank Green.
I'm Michelle Carre, and this is Ask Hank Anything.
Hello, I'm Hank Green, and I think maybe you can learn more about people from the questions they ask than the answers they give. And so I'm doing a show. It's called Ask Hank Anything, and today we have with me Michelle Carre. Hello!
Hi! I'm so excited to be here. I had so many questions that I submitted.
You did.
And Hank is such a far better resource than any online search engine. So here I am.
I do more synthesis, I think. This is Puzzle the Pelican. Inside of Puzzle the Pelican's pouch is some of the questions that you asked me. And go ahead and pull out number one now.
Okay. How the hell did they train carrier pigeons?
Did is interesting that you put it in the past tense. Because in fact, it continues to be a thing where people still train carrier pigeons.
But now we have like technology to make the pigeon teaching easier.
But we also have cars and we still have horses. So we love it, and we love animals. We love our relationship with animals. And we have had a relationship with pigeons for a very long time. About 10,000 years ago, we semi-domesticated pigeons.
Okay.
Do you know why? Can you guess?
Because we liked them as pets. They're cute. They previously, because it was 10,000 years ago, used to have great singing voices. So they would sing to
They
their
still
princes.
have great singing voices.
Do they?
I love a pigeon noise.
Okay, a pigeon noise. Was it people were eating them?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no!
But also, they were useful because where they poop, you gather that up and use it as fertilizer. So they were dual purpose. But then one thing we noticed, if you were feeding them in a place, if you took them away, then you let them go, they come back to their home. They like to go home. And to explain this
Because they're domesticated.
whole situation, well, this is actually the case anyway. If you like grab a pigeon from a cliff and you drive it 100 miles away and you let it go, it'll go back to its home cliff. Like it wants to be home.
Wait, how does it know?
Yeah.
How does it know where to go?
Well, I want to talk all about it.
Okay.
And this is the thing about homing pigeons. You think homing means like a homing missile that like finds and seeks out a target. But homing is just, originally, the word is just to go home. And so that's what homing pigeons do. And so you can't train a pigeon to go to a location, but you can train them to always come back. And I want to show you and have you talk to a person about this and meet their pigeon.
We're meeting a homing pigeon?
I know. This is the by far the coolest thing that we're doing on this show.
Oh my God! Let's go!
This is Tim.
Tim!
All right. Should we get one out yet?
Yeah, please bring me a pigeon.
Oh, God.
We've just found out that Michelle's a little freaked out by pigeons.
The way you're just full hit fisting.
A fistful of pigeon.
Yes.
They make I love pigeon noises so much. I think that we, because they're around all the time, don't appreciate pigeons for the remarkable birds that they are and all the many beautiful things that they do. Because mostly we're thinking about that they're about to poop on you, which is what I'm thinking. How often do you get pooped on, Tim?
That's a great question. Well, not that often.
Oh,
Well, so outside of the cage.
more than me.
Yeah, more than you. Yes. Okay, I'll be honest. It's a daily occurrence.
Okay. Not that often, but every day.
But I'm in the cage.
Yeah.
And when you're holding them, like they eat in the morning. It's funny that we're talking about poop first because that
Sorry.
is actually a big thing. I mean,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
people are
yeah.
afraid of that, right? So in the morning, they usually eat and they usually poop within a couple hours after that. And so in the middle of the day, they're usually not pooping.
Gotcha.
So we should be safe.
Great. We should be safe.
Should be safe.
He, she, do we know?
We don't know.
Okay.
It's really hard to know if it's a male or a female.
Yeah.
But you usually just put them in the cage and you see what happens. And if you have 2 eggs, then it's a female and a male probably. If you have 4 eggs, then it's 2 females.
Are you, what?
That's how you figure it out.
That's science today in 2020.
well, I
well,
mean,
they
you can-
don't have the equipment like we do.
Well, you can do so like people race them and sell them like a high like one that has like really good genetics.
Yeah.
And so they'll do like DNA tests on them, but we don't do that.
We don't do that.
We just kind of guess and do our best.
And do you train the pigeons to do homing?
Yeah. So we train them. So this one right here, the funny story in this one. So we mainly have white pigeons.
You just don't
So let me-
have a name.
let me get
There's
you a-
just just
this
this one.
So this one.
Tim,
wanna name it?
I might need to critique you for that.
That's okay,
We
that's-
need to name the pigeon.
Well, should we name that one? That one's like the original color. See, this is also a pigeon.
Wow, that's
is interesting.
beautiful.
But we don't know gender, so we.
It's
We
crying.
don't. Is it? Did it do something?
No.
I thought
Okay.
it was crying.
This one is. I don't know if they cry. I mean,
Can I
that's-
do
yeah,
anything
go
to
for it,
the
yeah.
pigeon? Oh, sweet.
This is likely.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You don't like
This is
that.
likely. Would you like to?
Okay.
Back of the hand.
Very soft. Yeah,
Very
back
easy.
hand.
The hand.
Yeah.
I'm friendly.
And then start from the.
It'll move a little bit, but not much.
So fast. Like,
They-
it's so.
they're-
It's
yeah,
so,
they're really fast.
He's just looking because he wants to know
But like,
where
it's,
you're at.
look like it's facing that way, but it's looking this way.
Yeah, it wants to see everything.
Hi. Will it beak me?
No, probably not.
Probably.
Probably not.
Probably.
Very unlikely. Just look at the room.
Okay, I'm going to the tail. The tail is
Yeah,
far
tail's
away.
good. Yeah, we'll start there.
Okay.
Start there. Nice job,
so
Michelle.
soft.
You're such a brave person around everything but pigeons.
And look at me. I'm petting the pigeon.
You're doing
I'm
great.
very brave.
See, the thing that's hard with white pigeons is they all look the same, so it's really hard to tell the difference. And a lot of guys that raise pigeons like raising ones that have different coloration.
Right.
Because on quick notice, you can see which one it is and actually recognize them. Like, I can recognize a
Because they're
pigeon.
gonna have different abilities, different.
Yeah, different personalities, everything, yeah. So I know certain birds from their personality, but it's hard to notice that. So like, there might be a bird that always is in the top right corner, and I know that like when it comes home, like
That's my little house.
yeah, and like if there's someone else in the house, it's super aggressive, maybe like
Right.
pushes that one out, and that's its personality.
Yeah.
You know, but for the most part, it's really hard to tell the difference. What he's doing right now, he's just looking all over the place. He's memorizing things,
Yeah. This is a new place.
being aware of everything. He's looking up, seeing if there's any danger.
So
Very curious.
let me ask this. If we open this window, would he return home?
Within about 15, 20 minutes. They'd beat us home in car. They'd fly faster than the car and get home.
They're fast too.
Yeah, 60 to 70 miles an hour, and a tailwind can go faster.
Please explain how.
Okay, so
How do
we're
pigeons
avoiding, we're
work?
avoiding this question, I see. Okay, so
That is the original question.
usually where they're born is helpful because they get a sense for that place.
Mm-hmm.
You can relocate them at like 5 weeks old, but once you get into 2 months old, they're gonna start locking onto the place they're in. So they start getting a sense for where the home is, and around like 6 or 7 weeks old, they start to get a sense for the actual nest box. So when they're really young, they'll share a nest box. But once they get to like 7, 8 weeks old, they'll push another bird out of their nest box. They want to have their own nest box. And that time, in my mind, that's when they're ready to start homing because they have a sense of where their actual box is. And so after that, we just open the cage up to let them go out on their own when they're ready. But it's like a plaza that has a covering over it, so they can't get out to the free world yet. They just learn how to go kind of into like a central plaza where they get their baths and, you know, where they can hang out in the sun. And they learn how to go back in the system. There's like a one-way system that where they can go into the cage but can't come back out again. So like at 6, 7 weeks old, we want them to learn that. So they're doing that slowly every day. They come back in for food. Usually you can use food. You don't have to, but usually use food to make them do what you want to do right away. And so they'll go back into the cage. And then once they're doing that really consistently, like if we have it fed in the morning and we feed them in the afternoon, we put the food in and they all go rush into the cage and know exactly what to do, then we know it's time to lift them out the top. And so then at that point,
That seems like a very risky moment.
scary.
for you, because they could not come home.
yes, it's very scary.
Do they ever not?
It's like a momentous day. Like it's like,
Yeah.
all right, guys, we're letting them out for the first time today.
What percentage of returns do you get?
Well, so
Because it's a world out there with plenty of pigeon space.
yeah. It's not like any other pet you have, you know?
Yeah.
Like any other pet you have is like in your environment, that's it.
Yeah.
Like at that point, we're letting this bird be like a hybrid pet where it's
Right.
in the natural environment.
Yeah.
It can do whatever it wants, or it's in our environment. Like the way I see it is kind of like we build the best house possible for them.
Right.
But at that point, they can leave if they want to. And I don't know if they're leaving because they don't want to, or if it, you know, who knows what it is. Why would they leave? So like, you know, whether it's lost or it leaves, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But that first day
Or
is a
just get
scary
hit
day.
by a falcon.
Yeah, that can happen too. And that's what you're hoping. You're hoping that there's no falcons that day.
Wait, this is like
Oh,
a metaphor
wow.
for having children.
It's very
It is.
children-y.
It is.
And, like,
Yeah.
letting them.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
And sometimes there's a falcon.
Yeah.
And
But you can't control it.
Yeah.
I've seen them be parents. They don't seem good at it.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay.
I'll explain why.
They-
Well, what have you seen? I don't know if
I
you've
just
seen.
seem that they seem to think, well, if this one doesn't work out, that's fine.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of that in nature, I think,
Yeah.
to some degree.
Yeah.
But yeah, birds in general are hard, yeah, because they have so many babies that it does seem to be that, you know, like
Yeah.
their babies on the ground. They're like, well,
Yeah.
can't you get it back up to the nest? And not always they can't do that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but the pigeons they have a ton of babies. Both the mother and the father both raise the babies. They both create like what's called like a milk that they feed the
Yeah,
babies.
crop milk.
Crop milk.
What?
Yeah.
Milk's evolved a bunch of different times in weird ways.
Yeah.
One of
So-
my favorite.
Yeah, it's
I want to
very-
make a book
Where-
called Milk.
I'm sorry. I did not know birds make milk.
Yeah, well, it's not like it's like the lining of so they store all their food right here, and
the
inside
neck.
in the crop,
Crop.
it like fills up with food.
Huh.
Because in history they would go out and find seed and bring it back, so it's like a little pouch to keep the seed in. And for I mean I don't know if you guys have talked about that, but you know there's a source of food for many years, for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you basically build a dovecote and the birds would come to it and they'd feed themselves.
Do you have to do any special training? Do you like take it a certain distance away?
Yeah.
Like if you took this to Las Vegas, would it make it back?
Good question. We would have to go like part way the whole way. So like we go
Okay.
maybe like 50 miles, 100 miles, 150 miles, 200 miles, and
And then
slowly
once,
up it.
but once you've gotten to 200 miles, you can do it over and over again?
Yeah.
Wow.
200 miles.
Yeah, you can go to 600 miles with like a really well-trained bird. Yeah.
That's a big range.
But that's not a thing that just happens. So they can home from a while away, but not that far. You have
Yes.
to do that work.
That's something that's a manual process. Yeah. I mean, they probably memorize on their own. You'd hope that they'd memorize on their own. You know, like certain birds might go further
Yeah.
on their own, like 15, 20 miles on their own.
Right.
But some birds need to go slower than others.
Do you raise-
What are these
We don't
pigeons
raise them.
for?
So these ones are mainly for weddings and funerals.
Gotcha. You
white
release them
ones.
and then they head on home.
Yeah, this is the only way to do it successfully.
Don't you have like black ones for funerals? Come on.
We do have some. We have
Oh,
a
wow.
couple. Yeah. Occasionally we get requests, but mainly it's just the white ones.
People want the white pigeons.
So you're.
And not just the normal pigeons.
Yeah, not just the normal.
They don't want. Nobody wants those.
No. Let's
Are
get.
they good at homing?
The normal ones like the. Let's get another one out here. So this is like a mix of the two. You'll see they have like some all white.
This is like a
feathers.
Central Park pigeon.
Yeah, more so. Like this is a mix of different.
But a
different
healthy one.
colorations, but a healthy one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Like
got
this
a
one.
little
Let's
bit-
see. This
There's
oh,
so
this,
many colors.
this is an interesting one. This was a stray that came into our loft.
Just decided to. Hey, this looks like a nice place.
Yeah, pigeons are really good at finding other pigeons. So this one likely came back because every day we're releasing like 20 birds at 6 or 7 cemeteries all over LA County.
Gotcha.
And they come back, and oftentimes they come back with birds. So
With
this one likely just
friends.
followed our birds
Come
back.
back with birds.
Yeah.
But
You got a free bird.
Yeah. So
That's
this is a free bird that
crazy.
I haven't found the new owner of yet. I'm still trying to find
Is that
the
what
owner.
they were singing about in that song?
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, you're trying to find the owner.
Yeah.
So you think this is a domesticated pigeon?
Oh, this belongs to someone because
It's got a band.
there's bands on it.
And also you had the white feathers, so maybe that's a sign.
Yeah.
Do you ever get just random pigeons though?
Not as often.
It's usually homing
It's
pigeons.
almost
you know?
always one
Interesting.
that has a band on its leg already.
Okay.
When we release them at the site,
Yeah.
sometimes there'll be local pigeons that just live at that area that will join them. They usually like 1 or 2 turns.
And they're like, where are you guys going? That's not home.
Exactly. Whereas these ones are out searching for something. They're either searching for food.
Just like all of us.
Yeah.
Ah,
And then they
wow.
just follow other ones, assuming that happiness will be there.
But this pigeon doesn't get hired ever.
This one's that.
This pigeon doesn't get hired.
This one doesn't get hired. That's right. That's right.
Because no
Because
one...
it's a pigeon-shaped pigeon?
Because of
Color?
the coloration, just no one requests that, you know. But like if someone
When
says,
I
hey,
die, I want you to release normal pigeons at my funeral. I want it to be the normal, gray,
Market.
cool Central Park pigeons.
we'll do it.
All right. My wife's gonna be
Well,
so
only
mad.
if the funeral's only if the funeral's within 600 miles.
Yeah, I do have to get buried in LA now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
But my wife's gonna be even more mad about that. I read that during, I think it was World War II, they would drop pigeons in cages with little parachutes with little surveys on them, and you'd like fill out like into occupied territory, and you'd fill out the survey if you were a resistance person, and you're like, here's what the Germans are doing, here's all the information you need, and then reattach it to the pigeon and let them go. I love the idea of a bird in a cage being dropped with a parachute.
This is ridiculous.
It's like,
And it like really worked. Like you got information about what was going on with the
Yeah.
Germans.
Wow.
yeah, no, it's an amazing. If people don't think about the history these birds have had and how much they've been next to humans for thousands of
Yeah.
years.
They are a long time
Yeah.
semi-domesticated species.
Yes.
And it is wild that like this species that can be domesticated also can be living on a this bird could just as easily have been living on a cliffside in the wild.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. These ones are amazing. The amount of lives they've saved in wars.
Yeah.
Then just
And
brought-
also by being food.
yeah. So, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So
Thanks. Michelle, can you try and pet this one?
Yes, I will pet the pigeon.
This one's a little more
sort of like
This one's
Yeah.
not as... Wait, you want me to hold it?
no.
No.
No. That's too much for me.
Can I hold it?
Yeah. You can hold it.
Oh, wait, it's
Yeah.
really soft. Hi, pigeon. Wait, we need to name this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So it has like multiple colors.
Is
got
it Michelle?
Some white ones. It's
This
got.
one's Michelle.
This is Michelle. Aw.
Can I hold this
The
pigeon?
one that
That'd be
somebody
really
else
like-
matter
owns.
the
Thing's just
gender.
holding the shoulders down.
Yeah.
And you want to create like kind of like a solid cage because it's going to try to get free.
Yeah, I think he's less comfortable with
if it
me.
thinks it can get free, it'll try.
Yeah.
So you like don't want to hold them tightly, but you want to hold them so that like it's just like a solid cage around.
That's not a weak bird.
No,
There's some strength there.
This is a strong one.
Okay, you're
Yeah.
gonna have to take this bird back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're strong.
Yeah.
They're very strong.
Tim, thank you so much.
You're welcome, guys.
This
Thank you,
is so
Tim.
cool.
Yeah,
I really
thank
appreciate
you.
you coming out.
Yep. Very
Yeah.
good.
Do you have another question?
I have so many questions. Okay, let's see what's next. So I hear soap destroys bacteria cells. But how does the soap know what's bacteria cell versus what's Michelle?
It dries
human cell?
stuff out in
So I
general.
have- you're wrong in two different ways,
Great. Off to a great start.
It doesn't know.
but we are all the time.
Wait, I'm
So-
already wrong, but I asked a question.
Yeah,
The
well, it
question's
was a
wrong.
bad one. No. No. So what if I told you soap doesn't kill bacteria?
Yeah.
Second, what if I told
Washes
you
it
soap
away.
never touches your cells?
I don't like this anymore.
The surface of your skin is dead anyway.
What do you mean?
So what soap is basically a molecule that is half good at being dissolved in water and half good at being dissolved in oil. And so if you just wash your hands with water, you're only washing away the stuff that's easily dissolved by water. And that leaves all the stuff that's easily dissolved by oils. So just like you've seen oil and water don't mix, if you have like butter or chicken fat on your hands and you wash your hands with just water, like it doesn't come off. So you need soap to do that because the soap lets the water get into the oils. And bacteria have oily membranes,
Surfaces.
like cell walls, and you have to get them off And if you're just using water, you're not going to break them up as easily. Or also all the other dirt and grime and oils and stuff on your hands. And so what you are doing when you wash your hands is not killing bacteria. You are washing them away. But we know for sure, because we've actually done a lot of research on this, that it's actually like just as effective as if there was an antibacterial substance in the soap, which we used to have. You used to see antibacterial soap. And that was because it had an additive.
I still use some antibacterial soap.
Bacteria.
It makes me
That
stinkier.
was doing us no good and maybe was doing us a little bit of harm. So just because like that chemical might not be great for you to have a lot of, and also because it might breed resistance to that chemical if we're constantly exposing bacteria to it. The ones left over are going to be immune to it. So we stopped doing that, and now we just use soap that doesn't have antibacterial stuff, and it is just as good.
Okay, but the part that I'm scared of is the part where you say it doesn't touch your cells.
Yeah, because you're not covered in your cells. I think everyone thinks
you're covered in dead cells.
I don't know. People might be mad at me about this, but you're not covered in skin cells. You are covered in the stuff that's left over after your skin cells make skin. So the very top layer of your skin cells is just keratin, and not just keratin, but it's mostly keratin, which is just the same stuff as your fingernails and the same stuff as your hair. And we don't think that our fingernails are cells. We don't think that our hair are cells, but our hair is cells. Like if
It's
skin
just
is
dead
the top of your
bones.
skin is cells, then your hair is cells too, because hair is just.
But wouldn't that be soap touching the cells?
No, it's soap touching the leavings of cells. So what skin, the top layer of skin
Is
the
dead
cells
cells.
fill up with keratin, and then they get to the top layer, and in the process they eject their organelles. They don't have a nucleus anymore. Their membrane goes away, and they just stick together as a structure. So they're not. It's not a bunch of cells. It's a structure that is formed from the leavings of cells. The mechanism of hand sanitizer is actually totally different from soap. It actually does destroy bacteria cells, but your skin is so durable and not a living. It's not a bunch of living cells that it doesn't destroy them. But if you get, obviously, you get hand sanitizer in a cut, that's going to hurt a lot because it is destroying your cells.
Oh, so when people say, "Oh, it's cleaning them," it's actually destroying.
Yeah.
Them. It's bad.
It's what's bad?
Putting hand sanitizer on cuts.
And a cut? Yeah, don't do that.
I haven't done that. I'm serious. Like that sounded sarcastic, but I haven't done that.
No, I don't think that that's a good idea. I haven't actually looked into that directly, but I'm pretty sure that's a bad idea.
Okay.
Hank from the future maybe will tell us about that.
From Future Hank.
So as we were just discussing, most things that will kill bacteria will also damage your cells. And that goes double for hand sanitizer, which is mostly alcohol. That's the biggest active ingredient. Alcohol kills cells by dissolving their membranes and messing up their proteins. It's like a brute force attack. So this is actually why we don't have to worry about bacteria evolving resistance to hand sanitizer, because alcohol kills bacteria so brutally, it's basically impossible to evolve resistance to. But because it is so intense, a large concentration of alcohol, like 60 to 70%, like there is in hand sanitizer, will do the exact same thing to the human body cells that are exposed in a wound. And when you've already got a wound, damaging your cells even more is going to create unnecessary pain, unnecessary inflammation, and could actually slow down healing. There are some gentler antimicrobials like dilute hydrogen peroxide, which is the stuff that just comes in the brown bottle, or iodine, and that can be used sparingly but shouldn't be used a ton. Turns out soap and water is probably the best way to clean a cut because, like we said at the beginning, it doesn't actually
It removes
cells,
them.
it washes them away. And that means that your cells that are healthy and intact will stay there and not get damaged, while anything not connected to you, like dirt or bacteria, will get washed away.
Will get
All right, back to
moved.
the conversation.
Interestingly, a lot of the stuff in hand sanitizer is just ethanol, which is the same stuff as like vodka. Are you worried? You look worried. I worried you. I thought you were going to be more worried about the fact that you weren't actually killing the bacteria, but you do wash them all away.
As long as they're away, that's cool.
But you're worried
they're not
about
on
the
you
fact that
anymore.
you're not covered in cells.
Yeah, that's a new one.
That you've got,
I
that
don't
it's
know
like
why-
a structure that you're contained inside of?
Yeah. I
It's
thought
not that
I
say
was
it like
made of
that.
cells.
It is a little bit
Hey,
upsetting.
Lucky.
I
It's made
thought-
by
How are you
cells.
doing today?
And it is what's left over after, like all of the stuff.
I'm letting my dog do this mission.
Inside of a cell.
all of this is just shattering my reality.
Okay. All right. Let's just keep going then.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm jumping around in a
This is
circle
what
while I'm
very
protecting this
excited about. Now, while we're in the
defense
spirit of,
target with
like,
my
time
AoE.
before technology, i.e. pigeons.
I
How
hope you're
do
having a good
people
day at
wake
work.
up or show up on time to things before alarm clocks?
Yeah.
Was it really a rooster going cock-a-doodle-doo?
Well, certainly that was part of it. So like for a long time, we were just sort of going by the natural cycle. Like the sun would come up, it would be bright, we'd wake up. Though, of course, you'd also have to have
Work is
people
slow
who were in
today.
places where the sun might not come up until quite late, or would come up very early because there were higher latitudes or lower latitudes. But you just
Let's
have
see, how
like
did my dog
cultural
do?
cycles that you're going by.
10% of the damage. Not too bad. My dog is about equal to, let's see. I'm glad I was able to escape the damage. The who's the what's it turned off my ability like twice. The guy that comes in at like 5 minutes. Let's see, this person was Protea, another Nyx. I got 5% of the damage. I'm pretty sure they were actually fighting stuff. And then Gara took 71%. Good job. But as you saw, I was just letting my dog do it. And they got 10% by itself. Not too bad. Ooh, that was a fishy burp. Oof. We had some Japanese snacks earlier. That was straight up fish. Two assassinations. Venus and Phobos. What do we have on Venus? Vasa. The Jackal. I don't think my dog can straight up just kill the Jackal. Phobos. Iliad. I think the mechanisms of that mission means that I have to do stuff. Who do we have here? Oh, is it the sergeant? Yeah, my dog can straight up kill that. Or do I want to do a motorcycle kill? Can I do a motorcycle kill in Steel Path? We could try it. That'll be fun. Let's try that. Be interesting. Have you killed the sergeant yet with a motorcycle?
We've contracted you with a mark. You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target. I'm fine. Let's go.
What? Excuse me, guys. Coming through. Coming through. Oof. Dang it. Alright, I'll have to wait till I get closer. Well. Hey. Why did I get knocked off of that? It's so difficult sometimes. Definitely gonna have to get off here. Let's see. Why? Good giggly muggly. Steel Path is a lot harder for this. It's way easier in the regular version. Come on, Pseudolon. Get back up. Okay. Let's try this again. Grr. That goes up. It's very hard navigating these places. $120 huh?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh no.
Walkers incoming.
That was not enough to get him.
Rude.
This time it's you, doggo. Come on. No, that's not him. Okay, my dog killed him. I don't know where he went, but the dog did kill him.
Target down. Assassination contract.
I was not able to one-shot him with the motorcycle. You can only do that on the regular version on Steel Path. I wonder if you can take the, this dude. Oh, I don't have the, armor strip. I don't think he's going to be able to take him. I'll just kill him then. Because I don't have the, armor strip ability. One of the combos I have on this is the dog gives my Warframes overguard. It's kind of nice. He does a decent little job.
A valuable lesson.
We could go to like a survival board where there's a lot more enemies than something like that, and then you can really see him shine as he clears like vast areas. But not every mission is a survival. You been doing anything fun recently? Put it on public and go do the assassination of this dude. Oh, and some caramel drip out.
And also our bodies have a really natural rhythm that we tend to like mess with a lot as modern humans. Like we'll sleep in on the weekends and we'll wake up early one day and we'll hate it. Then we'll have insomnia. We'll drink a bunch of caffeine and then we'll go to Europe. You know, like we mess with our biological clocks like crazy in a way that did not happen.
I am
Like,
on
we're
my
not
defense
traveling
build.
very far and messing that stuff up. And also they might not have even had caffeine for a lot of that time. Though a lot of them did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or glasses. Do you ever think about that?
I do think about that
think
all
about
the
that all
time.
the time.
I'm so blind. It would have been a real mess out there for me.
Wait, Detour, were people just blind everywhere before glasses?
I didn't do research on this, but I think that people are more, like, significantly more nearsighted now than we used to be.
Because of technology?
Because of environmental factors like lifestyle stuff, and I don't know exactly what it is. So then there was a time after clocks. So when you're like in a small community.
A time after clocks.
So there was a time before clocks.
Yes.
And then like everybody's just sort of like figuring it out on their own. And then there's a time after clocks, but before alarm clocks. And that's a very interesting period. So we've got clocks, and everybody's like, I'd like you to be at work at 4:30 in the morning or something. How are you going to make that happen? Well, first, everybody in a community shared an alarm clock because that big bell in the church tower had a purpose, which was to go off every hour and sometimes every half hour to let you know roughly what time it was. So if you have to be somewhere at like, 11:30 in the afternoon, there's going to be a bell that goes off.
You have a good one.
11:30 in the afternoon. If you have to be there at 11:45.
Sleep
Go
well.
off at 11:30, and then you're going to be like, oh, about now. Wait around for about 15 minutes and then go. And so that clock tower was like a big deal. And that's why they spent all that money on those big bells.
Yo, hydrate my mans.
Will do.
But there were also town criers who would just shout the time every once in a while, which I love. But then my favorite thing I found out while researching this was that
Cheers.
This
Prop!
this was an important part of this process. Can you guess why?
What are we? Well, first of all, what is this?
If you can
Is this
hold
a
it.
Flute?
Yeah.
Is this something you spit through? Mm-hmm. Wait, what?
That's a no.
You got it very quickly.
They would throw spitballs at everyone that needed to wake up.
Yeah, basically.
Wait, seriously?
There was a profession of people that were called knocker-uppers.
That sounds
It's real, but that's real.
crazy.
That's what they were actually called.
knocker-uppers?
For over 100 years, up until like the last knocker-uppers stopped working in the 1970s. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. But from the late 1700s to the 1970s, there were for a long time there was a lot of these people. And what you would do is you would pay them to wake you up at a certain time. They would walk around and they would either tap on your window with a stick or they'd shoot a pea at you. They'd shoot a piece at your window and you wake up and then you'd be like, thank you. And sometimes they'd wait for you to like wave and say, you did it, you're correct. And sometimes they'd just shoot you and run away.
Shoot you?
No, shoot your window. So do you want to shoot a pea with me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Who are we waking up?
Let's try to wake up Gabriel.
Okay. How does
So you put it in the end you're gonna spit from.
the end I'm going to spit from?
Yeah, and then
Oh.
so just like hold it with your thumb so that it's like there, and then put your mouth on it. Oh, I almost got Callie.
Oh, I lost my pee.
You did.
Hold on.
I practiced a few
Okay.
times. So you really want to take a deep breath and then blow all at once.
Okay. Good morning.
Gabriel is somehow unscathed. This is not an easy job necessarily.
Oh, that was
I
nice.
hit the chair. You got saved like a man with a Bible in his pocket in a war.
Wow. Knocker-upper.
Knocker-upper.
So did I just knocker-upper?
You just attempted to knock up Gabriel, but I think you missed. Did she get you?
I'll know if you know.
Knocker-upper?
Knocker-upper is a real thing. Lots of people had this job. Oftentimes it would be pregnant women who are trying to make a little bit of money before being out of the workforce for a while. Also, police officers did it as like an addition to their normal jobs. So they'd be doing like their rounds, and then they'd add some knocker-upper jobs along the path of like where they walked around,
Is this
because they'd be there
how
anyway.
the term knocked up? Because you're telling me a lot of pregnant women did this.
Oh, I have.
Is this
you know,
related?
that is absolutely the kind of thing I should have looked up.
That's cool.
Here's future Hank with information on that.
So I spent some time diving down this rabbit hole, and like with many things when it comes to the etymology of the crude or the taboo, it's cloudy, but it seems like the term knock up, as in to make pregnant, probably comes just from an original slang term for sex, which was to knock. Brothels in the 1800s were sometimes called knocking shops. Maybe related, maybe not. We have knocking booths today, but knock used to be just a slang term for sex. And while it is true that that slang term overlapped with the practice of knocker-uppers, it seems like it wasn't related. And knocker-uppers were just people who woke
And
up
hold
by
on, I need to
knocking.
actually bring my
Knock
clock
you
up.
So I think it's safe to say that there's no direct link from one to the other, but the fact that we already had knock up, as in to wake up by knocking, as a phrase in our brains for a long time, that might have ended up transferring over to this new slang term to get someone pregnant.
Oh, speaking
But
of
that's
fancy,
entirely
I did a fancy
speculation.
thing.
All right, back to Hank.
Before we do our last
I'm going to
question,
pause this. I made a new transition. So I'm going to other things. Like my original one that the wife didn't like, I did a long time ago, was this. Here, I'll just go to the big camera. Here we go. And the wife didn't really like it. Let's go back to the game. Okay. So I made a new one. Do. And the new one looks like this. Ah! Surprise! And if we go back to the game, where it has this clamp that comes down and gear spins and flashes light, and then it opens up and then transitions, and there's a jump scare because it take my head off. Also, she cut her hair short, so I not this short, so I shaved my head. She's like, don't cut it any shorter, please. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's going to do the thing, but I'm going to, give you a better look. Hold on. Let's go to the big camera. Takes it a moment. Yeah, not too bad. I was getting tired of all the cowlicks all over the place. So, hold on. Let me block the light from the thing up there. From the overhead light. So those are also reason why I wear a hat, because I look much older like this. Now I don't look nearly as old. If I don't want to look like an old man. Oh, Sonny, back in my day, we had to travel uphill both ways to the market. And the man in the white suit brought us milk. Wait, I said go back to current game. There we go. It also gives it a moment to load the current game, because what happens is like it has to detect the current game, and then that takes it a moment. So that's kind of nice that you don't see the whole detecting game before the game pops in. So that's a little bit nice. I wish that everything didn't smell like it was a burning fire. Which is weird. Smell burning. It's fine. Okay.
Michelle. What are you up to these days? You are
Oh,
always up to
I
something.
brought the clock up,
What
but I
about
forgot to
these
turn it
days?
on for the next mission.
We're just making the next season of Challenge Accepted, which
There
I'm
we
super,
go.
super excited about, which you can watch at youtube.com/Michelle Carter.
So I gotta do 5 minutes without going into my transference.
You always say that about me, yeah. All right, what does Puzzle the Pelican have for our last question?
Interception.
Let's see. Oh,
Yes,
I'm very excited about this one.
I agree.
What do you, Hank Green,
Oh, yeah.
think is the coolest fact?
I have, as you might imagine, a sort of I have a relationship with
That
facts
should
that I
work.
think might be different from normal people. I have like favorite facts, like I have a favorite song. Like it's never the same one for very long. So they come in and out, and there's like different reasons why I love different facts. But I actually brought a present for you. You got 3 props.
Oh
You got
my
a bird,
gosh.
you got a pea shooter, and then right there, I want you to grab that rock for me.
What?
And tell me what you think that is.
Whoa. This is so cool.
Yes.
You're asking what I think it is?
Yeah.
Like material?
Yeah. I don't know. What do you like? You don't have to. If that's all you got, that's fine. I can tell you what it is.
Rock.
It's rock.
It's rock.
It's rock.
Yeah, it
Yay.
definitely is rock.
Okay, yay, yay. I thought you were gonna be like, it's actually a horse hoof or something crazy. I don't know.
It is a fossilized coral.
Whoa!
So in your hand is about a 400 million year old piece of coral. This was back when Pangea existed. This is from Michigan, and back then Michigan was like an inland sea. When
Yeah,
there was
under the water.
supercontinent. And there were a bunch of corals, and I wanted. There's a very strange thing. So if you look here at the base of this coral, you see these bands.
Yes.
Those are like tree rings,
Okay.
where they actually mark time. And this is not the specific coral that this happened with, but there were scientists, and they would look at these bands, and they'd notice that in addition to there being bands that you could see that were like big, thick, visible bands, there were also much smaller ones. And the big bands were being made by the smaller bands, sometimes being farther away and sometimes being closer together. If you counted those little bands, between the close together and the next close together portion, there were 365-ish of them. So they were day bands. So in the way that trees have year bands, corals sometimes have day bands. And if you cut the coral correctly and you have a magnifying glass or a microscope that's good enough, you can count the number of days in a coral. And they did this for corals that are growing today. And then somebody, his name was John W. Wells, and he thought, what if I do that with fossilized coral? Let's try that out. And he did it, and no matter what he did, when he looked at this old coral, there was always too many day bands. You would look at it and be like, there's 400, there's 415. The older the coral is, the more of them there are. There's 425, there's 450. And this is how we finally confirmed and figured out for real that the Earth used to spin faster.
Wait, what?
Because
Whoa.
John
That is
W.
not
Wells.
how I thought you were going to end that sentence.
Yeah.
This rock is how we found out the Earth spins faster at some
This
point.
literally, rocks like this one can tell you that the Earth used to spin faster. And and I don't know why John W. Wells was counting fossilized day bands on coral, but he was doing it because that's what nerds do, you know?
Right.
And
Of
he was
course.
doing it. And there was some idea before this that there were theories that maybe this was the case. And then he reached out to some other people, and there are other things that have day bands in the fossil record. And they also did this, and they compared roughly the same ages of fossils, and they saw that all of them had roughly the same number of day bands, confirming that indeed the Earth used to spin faster and days used to be shorter, so there were more of them per year. Isn't that
That's
awesome?
cool.
That is terrifying,
Okay,
but also exciting.
so we're still slowing down too.
I'm glad to hear that one.
Are you?
I like slowing down.
You're like, I could use another couple of nanoseconds.
Right,
this
you
year.
know how they say Beyonce has the same 24 hours
Yeah.
in a day?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I would
Next
like to
year-
have 25. That would be cool.
Next year we're gonna have more time.
Son of a
Beyonce
bitch.
had back in the 90s.
And then what's your excuse?
Beyonce actually had less time than
Oh
you
my God,
during her most prolific era.
Wow! So how much faster are we talking? In current 2025, my perception of a 24-hour day,
Yeah.
in that using that perception of 24-hour day, how much faster did you expend?
So you actually have a, I'm sorry, I don't know why I just told you all that, but you have a shorter day. You just have more of them per year. So there'd be actually the same amount of time per year.
So going around the sun is the same.
The same, but you're spinning faster.
But how long is the day?
It would be, I don't know, but like it's gone down, and it used to be like 8 hours, like at the beginning of the solar system.
8-hour day?
Yeah, it used to spin super fast. But the moon has been tugging on us and slowing us down. So when the tides do the tide thing, that creates friction, and as they slosh around in our oceans, they drag on the Earth a little bit, and that slows us down. And also, weirdly, through physics reasons, pushes the moon further away. So the moon's getting further away.
The moon's getting further away, the day is getting longer, and the oceans are a part of that somehow. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool, love it.
Yeah.
Love it. You know, like when Thanos is like, reality can be whatever I want it to be, and then all the planes of the universe shatter. That is kind of what happened to me today here in this room.
I can imagine that would be the way that it sort of is.
It all feels so steady, you know? It all feels like, it's like earthquakes, you know, where like everything feels, like the Earth just feels like the most solid thing in the world until it's not, until it's doing a freaking dance. And you're like, that's not okay. And in the same way, like 24 hours in a day seems like it must have always been that way. But then John W. Wells counts some coral bands and is like, hold on.
Wow.
The things that we think are forever and immutable, in fact, have been changing this whole time.
Say Levy? With Hank Green.
And someday we're all gonna die.
Yeah. But not as soon, maybe, because Earth goes slower next year.
Look, we're gonna make it longer than the pigeons.
Okay.
We're not gonna get hit by a falcon on our way home today. Yeah, there's that at least.
Oh my gosh.
I really loved your questions. They ranged all over the, like, it just shows like a sort of like a big, broad, general curiosity about the world. Oh, like there was some that were like very about, like there's some that, sorry, something's about you know, it's like, I'm washing my hands, I want to know what's happening. And there's some that are just like, how the heck did that work? Would you like a rock?
I will take rock, and
Okay.
I will remember. Day gets longer.
You look at it, you look at it and be like, ah.
And you know what?
The scariest rock in my
I'm gonna
house.
look at this and think, I've got more time than I think I do.
Yeah. That's nice. Everybody, this is Michelle. You can find her so easily on YouTube. She's always up to something wild and amazing. And I loved learning about Michelle through her questions. I'd love to learn about you through your questions. If you leave some in the comments and upvote the ones that you think are the best questions, I'll come by and answer some of those in the next week or so. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, you can. There's a button somewhere nearby. I promise. You can get the notifications as well, because we come back every month with another amazing guest. And who knows who's going to be next? I don't even know.
Thank you so much to Michelle Carre for coming out and asking questions of me, and thank you to everybody who helped make this episode. If you've been watching or listening and you have some questions, you can leave them in the comments. If you see questions that you like, you can upvote those. I'll answer a few of them in the next few days. Also, if you want to see more of what we're up to, you can join the Complexly newsletter by visiting complexly.com.
I was on my way. Well, it doesn't matter. They're all dead. What? Bravos Granum. Darn.
Not only have we decoded the enemy transmissions,
Let's see. 90% of the damage.
communications.
Good job, other people. We had Lavos with 1%, Protea with 8%. Good job. Volt with 1%. No. That was a good mission, though. Lots of Eximuses. Spy. A prophet of profit. What do we want to watch? Oh, that was supposed to be no. That was supposed to be solo mode. Let's listen to some funnies. Guy cracks me up. While I leave this mission and come back in on solo mode.
Did Joe Wilkinson name your penis?
Did Joe Wilkinson name my penis? He did. That's great. As a reference to Joe Wilkinson, did a brilliant poem on Cats Does Countdown about nicknaming other people's penises. Yes. Mine's called Richard. Because it's dick but longer. Should have really called it Justin. Justin's a great name for a guy with a small cock, isn't it?
Just in.
Right? Okay, fireman's fucking great, isn't it? I find the weird thing about firemen, though, because some people they're really kind of iffy about there being fire women. It's like, as if you would fucking...
Sorry. I love this guy's, like, quick-wittedness. That somebody's like, did so-and-so and so-and-so name your penis? And he's like, yeah. It's a reference to so-and-so. He makes it blah, 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 blah. And he named mine Richard. Because his dick, but longer. And then he's like, should have called it Justin. Justin's a great name for a guy with a small penis. Like, the way his brain works, it was like, damn, that's quick.
Care if your house was burning down and a woman in uniform came in to save you. You wouldn't care that she had a lower IQ, would you? You have to say firefighter now, not fireman. No, you have to say firefighter, not fireman. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
It's not a heckle, but you were really nice to me when I was at school.
I was really nice to you when you were at school. I don't know why that's getting an R. That could... If this was a movie, the next scene would be a police officer carrying a computer out of my house in a see-through bag. You were really nice to me when I was at school. Okay. What were we at school together? We were. What school were you? You were at Burnham Grant. What's your name? Corin.
You were all like gothic and like...
I won't remember you. God, everyone remembers the first girl they fingered. Corin's here! You're the reason I had to have my shoulder rebuilt. Absolute legend.
Damn.
Were we in the same year, Corin, or?
You're a little bit older, but
I'm a little bit older? Not all of me.
Some of it's new.
It's a brand new. Go on.
really similar, but I dropped all my books.
You dropped all your books?
Picked them up. They're really kind.
Aww.
I think you're thinking of someone else. Oh, thanks, but and what do you do now? What do you do? Is it difficult to pronounce? Is it like maybe it's chiropodist? Go on, what'd you do?
I called it Well, I'm a teacher, but I'm an actress, so I'm a teacher.
You're a teacher and an actress. What are you like in old school 70s porn? She's a teacher. She drops her books, that old trick. You know what she's like? Oh, I dropped my books. Ooh. Whatever will you do? Thanks for helping me. Horrid. What kind of acting do you do? What kind of thing?
I'm a classical actress.
You're a classical actress. Ooh. Well, I love that. Bloody marvellous.
Sell my soul and work on QVC as well.
You worked on QVC. Acting like this isn't fucking shit. That must be the... That's where the best... People sort of rate Meryl Streep. But yeah, Meryl Streep's good. Of course she's fucking good. She's always in excellent movies. She's never not been in a great movie with a great script. You put Meryl Streep on QVC like this fucking legend, pretending the jewelry's nice. That's some fucking acting. She's a fucking brilliant actress. You're in the presence of greatness. She just sold the whole of this audience on me being nice at school. Genius. No problem at all.
You were great in The Grinch.
I was great in The Grinch. The Grinch I've never had as a comparative looks thing. I've had Roger Federer. Yeah. What are you saying? What? I do. I look like Roger Federer. I look like a Down syndrome Roger Federer. There's no getting away from it. Go on. So who do I look like in The Grinch? Jimmy. Are you thinking of Jim Carrey? Are you thinking of someone with a similar name? You're saying you don't look like him with a similar name. I'm also an ex-president that died a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Jimmy Carter.
I think you might be having a stroke. Can you smell toast? It's the what? It's the wrinkles. No fucking wrinkles.
It's plastic surgery.
He's working 24 hours a day to keep this in position. What's your name, my friend? What age are you, Aiden? 15? 16? I don't care. You can tell me the truth. I'm guessing it's 15 on account of the fact you said 15. I'm guessing if anyone is in recruiting for GCHQ, MI6 or MI5, look elsewhere. Are you a spy? Yeah. No. I mean, no.
Yeah. No.
No,
I mean,
I'm
no.
not.
No, I'm not.
I'm undercover. Fuck! Aiden, what's your plan for life? What are you going to do?
Big man. Musician.
What, sorry?
A musician.
You'd like to be a musician? What do you think you might do for money? What do you play?
Guitar, bass, and drums.
Guitar, bass, and drums. Pick one and get good at it. Otherwise, you're the cunt on the station platform doing this. It's too many things. Go on, let's have that. Did you still want to be what?
Did you want to be a comedian?
I'll do the secondary school one first. Did I want to be a comedian in secondary school? No. I started when I was about maybe 25. Like I was doing other shit. I was busy. It's good. I lived a little first. I think it makes me a bit more grateful. I've got the best job in the fucking world, right? It's just a joy, and not everyone gets to do that. But I do, and it's great, and I'm very appreciative of you buying tickets and coming out to the show, in all seriousness. So it's kind of a privilege. It's pretty tremendous. But I think if I hadn't had a proper job first, I'd be just thinking this is how life is. All right, let's hope the next one's funny. Madam, what you got?
Who would you have play you in the movie of your life?
Who would I have play me? Well, I went to school with a girl who's an actress now. Sure, it's a challenging role for her. But if she can make people believe I was nice at school, she can do anything.
Favorite STD?
Favorite STD? Great question. Well, it's got to be chlamydia. Chlamydia is the gold standard of the STIs. I remember in my early 20s, a friend of mine who's a doctor told me about chlamydia. He went, oh, yeah, it can make a woman infertile and there's no symptoms. Well, I'll throw these condoms away. What? How do I? Where do I sign? Hey, Jimmy, what is life like on tour? Describe your day with all the bits from the glamorous to the boring and mundane. Cheers. Who's asking? Where are you? Hi. Oh wait. I mean, most of the time I'm at home. Like, because when I'm in the UK, I'm just at home. I'm at home. I'm just a regular, stay-at-home dad, and then I come out and I lead an exciting double life. I do comedy gigs, and then on the way home, I do drugs and fuck your mum. What? I'm not fucking his mum sober. Not mad, he's an animal. It's pretty good, I must say. It's pretty fun. I mean, they used to say,
Lord.
B.B. King had a great line. He said, I do the gigs for free, you pay me to travel. I quite like the travel. I think it's quite important to enjoy the whole thing. I like it. Oh, yeah, nice.
I'm not fucking his mom sober. She's an
What's your name,
animal.
mate? Come on, you know this.
What's your name, mate? Come on, you know this.
Go on, what is it? John. Yeah.
Yeah.
John. It's not fuck about. You think your parents don't give a fuck, Aiden? Your baby came out and went, John! Call him John! He'll be working on a building site. What do you do, John?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
This will not affect your benefits, John. What do you do? What, sorry?
Cut bushes.
You cut bushes.
Huh.
But you work in a beautician's. Imagine if you met John at a beautician's. You've come in for your intimate waxing. Things are a bit... You've let it go to rack and ruin downstairs. Like seaweed at low tide.
Oh, Lord.
John walks in with a roll-up. Jump up on there, love. I'll give the old bush a trim. What, sorry?
That time you had a test drive in that car and you ripped the door off.
Yes.
Same thing. I've been ripped off.
You did the same thing. You ripped the door off a car? Okay, so years ago, I took a Model X Tesla for a test drive, and the guy in the, we test driving it, and we got lost in the car park on the way back, one of those big multi-stories, and they're going, oh no, it's that way, sorry. And he had to move a cone, so he gets out the back of the car. You know the gull wings? Lifts up, and he gets out and moves the cone, and I'm not a fucking prick, so I go to pick the guy up. And you know those parking things above me, nothing over 6'6"? Vadum. I take the fucking door off. It's like a half-dead Terminator. So I just rolled down the window and went, I'll take it. Not this one. This one's fucked. I'll buy one. So what happened to you?
No, I was going to say I felt like your car door because it got ripped off like I have been.
You felt like my car door because you got ripped off?
Yeah.
Oh. That was a long way to go for fucking nothing. What's the, what, sorry? Can you go for a piss? How much time have you spent in prison that you thought you had to ask? I'm trying to deal with this cunt that hasn't been through puberty. Got enough going on. What's the matter with your voice? Like, was it an accident when you were a kid or your balls haven't dropped? You sound fucking weird, mate. We want answers.
Your laugh sounds like...
Now you sound like a girl. Quite a husky girl, but a girl. Like a big girl unit. What? Go on, my laugh sounds like?
Someone's nan fucking.
Someone's nan fucking. How violently is your nana queefing? Jesus. Queef is it's a fart from the front, not the back. No problem, I'm here to help. Don't worry about it. Genuinely, any lesbians in?
Yeah.
Hi, where am I looking? One there? What, sorry? You're a what? A lonely lesbian? Oh, you're not like one of the ones in the films, are you? Has the guy you're with just found out you're a lesbian? I've got pretty powerful gaydar. And I'd say, yeah. If the number of pricks you've had in you were pointing outward, you'd look like a fucking porcupine, love.
Oh, Lord.
What's that? Have I taken a shit in a public place that's not a toilet? What a great question. Have I taken a shit in a public place that's not a toilet? His mum's chest.
Yeah.
Oh! My husband and I are celebrating our honeymoon, massive fans of yours, and have waited years to see you. Please give us a shout out from Candy and David. Where's David Ryan? David and Candy.
You know, I forgot to start the timer, but I did a 5-minute mission without using transference. So it's fine.
Hi, my name's Candy with a K. What? Where were you, Candy? Hi, Candy. And where did you two meet? Have you got your story straight? What, sorry? You met at work? What? Okay. David, you do seem nice. No touching. What do you do, Candy?
I'm his boss.
You're his boss. Ooh. And what kind of industry do you work in?
The Post. Roll mail.
You're his boss. So you made it sound, you being his boss made it sound like you're a dominatrix, but actually you're a sub-postmaster. It's quite clever, but not that funny. Mr. Brace, it was very nice to have you here. I hope you deliver.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Can I propose my girlfriend right now?
Can you propose your girlfriend? I don't think she's going to say yes.
Ouch.
Let's definitely give it a try. If we've got more lights we could turn on, I want to see this. Now, it's... No, hang on. Because it's a lovely moment if she says yes, but let's steel ourselves here. Could you just hold off for 1 second? Just hold off for 1 second, because it's lovely if she says yes, but if she says no, we're going to give her a moment to think now. We don't want to spring it on her. But if she says no, the exit's there. I'm not going to kick her out if she says no to you. Wish my husband, Steve, a happy birthday, 65, OAP, and thank Elliot, who bought all the tickets for 18 of us. Where the fuck is, Where is Steve? Where's Steve?
The man's a goat.
Hi, Steve. 65. What do you do, Steve?
Plasterer.
You're a plasterer? Bish bash bosh, you fucking legend. Oi, loads of money. Well, it's very nice to have you here. 18 of you came. Listen, I'm not for everyone. So I'd like to thank fucking Elliot that bought the tickets. Fucking thank you, man. I'd like to wish you happy birthday. And I'd like to say a real thank you to the probably statistically at least 2 of you who have fucking hated this. Appreciate you being here. Thanks very much, guys. It's a weird thing to think, but a good proportion of my income is people going, okay. Can we do something I like next time? All right, next one. What's your name, my friend?
Mark.
Mark, and what's Mark, like a stain? Oh, there's a mark on that. It's ruined. We'll call him Mark. And what's her name? What's her name? I'll need that again, Mark, and possibly from someone with a better voice than you. What's her name? Jabeen. Hi, Jabeen. And can he find Jabeen? Okay, so Mark and Jabeen. Mark, do your thing. It's all yours. Was that a yes? I think it was a yes. It's nice. Now, congratulations, Mark. Congratulations, Jabeen. Can I just say, Jabeen, and it's no criticism of you, but the voice in your head that went, say no, is really loud. I presume that was her inner monologue. Say no! Ah, fuck, there's people. What up, Mark? What? She's better than you, isn't she?
They usually are.
You little dancer. Well done.
Hello, I'm Jimmy Carr, and I'm announcing a new tour. It's called Jimmy Carr Laughs Funny. And if you like me, it's the kind of thing you like. And if you don't like me, then why are you watching this?
Your will was greater. This is good.
Those are always funny. He cracks me up.
I get it. I get it. This is like the I get it.
Okay, so that is the beginning of it.
I get it. This is like the Canavo. This is like the gaffy stick. This is big bonk thing. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Screen Tested. I am your host Tyrant, where we take things from movies, TV shows, pop culture, try to create them in the real world and test them one-to-one from the media that they come from. Now today's episode is just going to be a whole lot of fun. We're going to be taking a look at Thor's hammer and how we would fix it, and also a Warhammer 40k Thunder hammer. Now I'm going to be combining both of those concepts together, and the reason why is because if I did either of them, I would do them the exact same way. And what I mean by that, this Thor hammer here, I did an episode on when I first started the channel. A lot of fun, you should check it out if you haven't already. And I was thinking about it, well, how would I fix this design? How would I bring out the maximum potential of this giant hammerhead? Well, I would give it a longer handle, essentially. And then I realized that if I gave this a longer handle, it's a Thunder hammer. Now, if you don't know what a Thunder hammer is, it's just a big, monstrous hammer from the Warhammer verse. So I thought, hey, let's just throw them together, bundle them together. Should be a whole lot of fun either way. Just like this segue to today's sponsor. Yes, today's episode is only possible thanks to all of you guys who support the channel over on Patreon and YouTube.
Here we go, that's better.
Had you go in there for a minute, didn't I? You guys are what make this possible and make it a lot easier to actually cover the cost to do fun builds like this. So I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you guys, genuinely. Now, if you want to become a supporter or a Patreon, there'll be links down below. It all goes to supporting the channel and these fun sorts of projects. I try to give back as much as possible by making exclusive content and behind the scenes stuff. But with all that out of the way, I just wanted to say thank you. Let's get to the episode. So for the hammer build, we're obviously going to be recycling the Thor hammerhead from last year's episode. Now, as you can see, everything kind of threads together. So that's going to make it a whole lot easier for me to build the handle a little later on. But I did want to show you the crack in the hammerhead. I got this the last time I tested this. Now, I got this because I just hit pretty much an immovable object. I hit something that was too hard for this hammer to handle. So to fix that this time around, what I've got is a 5mm thick solid titanium plate. So I think that should fix that problem very nicely. So the first thing I'm going to do is throw that titanium plate onto the grinder, and I'll have you guys know that this is the first time that I've ever worked with titanium on the channel, that is. You can see that the spark color is so different from steel. It's like a bright white compared to when you're, grinding steel. Then I'm going to prepare the surface of the hammerhead for some epoxy, put it on both parts, and then use some screws lastly to fix the plate to the hammerhead. It should not go anywhere ever. This should be more than enough for today's testing. Then I got this really long threaded bar. This is what's going to make up the bulk of the handle and should give us a good, strong foundation to work with. So the first thing I'm going to do is add a steel tube over that to give it a little bit more thickness and some strength. Then I'm going to cut some square steel bar for even more thickness and even more strength. Then what I need is something to actually hold onto and give the handle a little bit more of a nicer texture. So what I got was some paracord from this old grappling hook fishing invention thing. It was a good episode, you should check that one out. So I'm going to recycle that as well. I think today's episode theme might be recycling. Then I'm going to use some large threaded bolts to hold all the parts of the handle together with some washers, of course, and a generous helping of Loctite. Then we can wrap around the paracord to finish out the handle. With all that out of the way, let's go get to some of the testing now, because this one's just going to be so fun. Let's get started with our Thor hammer redesign. Now, I haven't showed you the B-roll yet, and I haven't gotten to it yet, because the reason why is let's test it. It's been a year. It was one of the first episodes on the channel. I'm a little nostalgic. Let's see if I can throw this big dangerous thing around again. Let's tempt fate again. Did it once, do it again. So like I said a little bit earlier in the episode, is that this one can kind of go two ways. It's not only a Thor hammer, but it's also kind of really similar to the Thunder hammer from Warhammer. So it's kind of both of them, a twofer essentially. But the main point is to essentially create a Thor hammer that's fixed. Because the issue with the Thor hammer is you have a very stubby little handle. Now, obviously, the lore is that Loki did that because he was f***ing with Thor. I mean, it's his brother, I get it. Most of us can get it. But what would happen if Thor's hammer reached its full potential? If it was a giant f***ing hammer? Now, the caveat to this is, hammers, they're not really complicated, but just because you make a hammer bigger doesn't mean you actually make it better. That's not really how it works. So what we're gonna do is throw this hammerhead on. So when it comes to hammers like this, the best bet is that your character should be like super strength. Without super strength, having hammerheads this big isn't really the best option. There's a reason why when you look at something like a Beck Corbin, a sledgehammer, a regular, every fucking hammer, the hammerheads are rather small because they don't need to be bigger. So with something like this, I'm just curious. When I say I'm curious, I mean, this thing is going to destroy everything, especially since I got this giant titanium plate right there, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Let's get started. So this is Tony. All right, in the year of 2025 of our Lord. Is that how you say that saying? I have no idea. Tony he hasn't had an upgrade, but he's had a little bit of a plastic surgery. And the reason why is I have put a fencing mask on him. And the reason why is because this year, I want to show you guys the damage output we can have with some of these weapons. For example, we have the Thor's hammer. I want you guys to see on a replicatable medium that a lot of you guys probably have experience with, that being a fencing mask, the transfer of energy. This is good for results, essentially. I'm nervous. I don't want to kill Tony. Like, this actually may f him up really, really bad.
If you hit him square. That was a glancing blow.
Like, that was a bit of a glancing blow in some aspects, but I didn't feel anything. As in, if that was somebody's face bones, they would be face rubble. Face, what's the word for bone in game? Meal. If that was his bones, they would be turned into dust. Let's do another one, because that was a bit of a glancing blow. Bye, Tony.
Oh, yeah.
Holy f, man, like that was nothing. And his face came off. All right, just one more, real quick.
Follow through. Don't let it
Let's move up to
bounce.
some mediums where you'll be able to see the damage a little bit better. Let's try some more explodey mediums, because I'm curious if this will be able to rupture the bottle or not.
Should pop the lid off.
Gonna hit like a 4 or whatever.
Probably won't rupture the bottle, but it should pop the lid off. Yeah. Yeah, the pressure should cause the lid
I
spring.
haven't done this in a while, so I'm fucking enjoying myself. Did you know that less than 50% of you guys are actually subscribed? Would you look at that? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Huh? Come on. Subscribe. Oh, this feels pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. This feels pretty fucking good. I get it. I get it. This is like the Canabo. This is like the gaffy stick. This is big bonk thing. And I fucking love it. Is this another S-tier weapon? Oh, maybe not. I don't know if it's an S-tier weapon, just because it's a little heavy and it's a little slow and it's hard to fight against. And a Beck Corbin's pretty much better on every single... You got me going on tangents there. Anyway, let's hit something else.
It's an
I don't want to
A.
sacrifice my stand that I just built. So I'm going to hit them out of the
A
air.
minus.
I know I feel like this is excessive and this is stupid, but I don't want to destroy it. Not yet.
If you get a good solid hit on just about anything with a hammer like that,
Let's see if I can get a real money shot straight at camera. Fucking hell.
good hit.
I like this. This is good, man. Like, there is pros and cons to everything, right? It's interesting because this big fuck-off hammer doesn't really add too much to it in terms of its destructive power, right? Simply because I'm swinging something that's very heavy at something that it's obviously going to destroy, but when it comes to like a small hammer, it's able to do the same sort of thing. That's what hammers do.
True.
So having such a big head like this, it doesn't add too much benefit. It adds a lot of weight and makes it a whole lot more clunky and harder to wield, but it's so f***ing cool, man. This thing is cool as. All right, it is time to get to Tyrant's initial thoughts score, or tits for short. When it comes to the Thor hammer, we're going to be bundling both the first episode version, meaning the stubby version, and this big version together, because there are small differences. Some are positive, some are negative, but at the same time, I think it's fair to put them together, and especially since when we did the Thor hammer in the first episode, we didn't have the
those hiccups, fish.
It helps that we have it now. So, starting off with something very simple is the comfort. I mean, on both versions, it was comfortable. It felt really, really good, really solid when you hit shit. So what else can you really ask for, honestly? So I think a 9's fair. Like, it wasn't perfect, but it was still really good. I like it. Both of them are comfortable, essentially. Let's get into the wieldability. Well, it's an interesting one because it got less wieldable when we have the big version because it's a lot heavier. This is all basically steel, and in the other version it was a lot more maneuverable, a lot quicker because it was made of aluminum, still held all its strength, but at the same time it was better than this, is what I'm saying. But this one has more force. You see, there's pros and cons to this sort of thing. So when it comes to the wieldability, I think it's fair to put it somewhere around a 7. You can move them both around reasonably well, but there are other weapons out there that are balanced a little bit better. It's a hammer. It's like a really big hammer. So like, whether we call it the Thunder Hammer or Thor's Hammer, I mean, technically, you know, Thor is the god of thunder, so let's call it the Thunder Hammer. Win-win. In terms of its wieldability, yeah, somewhere around a 7. All right, next up, let's go with the design. The design is interesting because both of them are reasonable. Like, both of them are functional designs. The shorter hammer, obviously, is a little bit more maneuverable. You have less weight. You can still put a shit ton of force into things, but at the same time, when you put a longer handle on it, you've got a lot more leverage. You can... The force difference is not even comparable. I feel like that's the way to describe it. So when it comes to the design, the gold standard for something like this, in my opinion, would be the Bector Corbin. The reason why is because it has a hammer, so you can actually smash the shit out of things. On top of that, it has a beak, which is basically just like a big blade at a right angle, which is really, really good at destroying things. And then it has a big spike on the top, so you can thrust with things. I tried to give this one a spike, but it turned out to be a little nubbin. So that's what I consider to be the gold standard. So something like this is, I mean, it's still going to turn your face into dust, your bones into dust. It's still going to destroy you, but I just don't think it's as good as everything else out there. So with all that being said, I would probably put something like this big f***off hammer around about the 6, because there's not too much that is actually helped by having such a massive head. You got to remember, this is made of aluminum. That's the only reason why this is so wieldable and reasonably quick and doesn't fatigue the fuck out of me. Now, when you look at all the other designs, the fantasy designs, they are steel. And like I said, you can achieve pretty much all of these results with something like a sledgehammer. And that hammerhead is like this big. So having a giant head is good if you have like super strength, but in the context of, you know, reality and real world, you don't gain too much of a benefit, is what I'm saying. So yeah, I think that's fair for design. And then last and finally, effectiveness. I mean, it's, if you hit someone with it, you will hurt them. And that's kind of all I ask for in effective weapons. So I'll give it a 10. Like, hey, it's a big f***ing hammer. It bonks people really, really good. So, hey, it's effective. But that's going to give us a final score of 32 out of 40. That's pretty good. Like, I think that's reasonable for something like this.
Yeah,
I really like
that's pretty
both
decent.
versions of Thor's hammer. I like the little stubby version, but at the same time, this big monstrous version is really cool as well. So I'm happy with this either way, essentially, is what I'm saying. So I enjoyed doing the Thunder Hammer so much that I'm going to do something today that I've never done before, and that is modify the build after the testing. Now, everything that I'm going to be adding is purely aesthetic, but it's just so cool. I want it to look a lot more like a Thunder Hammer. So the first thing I did was pulled out my spare parts bin and looked through all my machined aluminum pieces if I had anything that would fit that grim dark aesthetic. There were a couple of parts that I thought fit the profile, so I test fit them to the handle, and I was happy with how they looked. The next thing I did was cut a large section of leather that I'm going to use as the handle wrap. After that, I threaded the handle back to the hammerhead. Now, I didn't have a big eagle to put on the head, but I did have a purity seal, so I quickly glued that on. Then I grabbed a little bit of paint to kind of weather the entire hammer so it all kind of fit. And with that being said, here is the completed Thunder Hammer. This thing looks really, really cool. Now, everything I added, like I said, is purely aesthetic. Doesn't really add to the functionality, but it just looks awesome. But that is going to be all for today's episode, guys. I genuinely hope you enjoyed. Remember to like and subscribe. Leave a comment down below what you thought of today's episode. And if you want to support the channel and the content I make, there'll be links to my Patreon and YouTube memberships in the description. Thanks for watching, guys. As always, I'll see you next week in another episode. Have a good one.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Trash, garbage, rubbish, waste. All words that can accurately describe Warner Bros. Yes, I've thrown many tomatoes at them, I know, but they just keep making it so easy. They're a spitball magnet. And it can really, a large part of it, be traced back to one decision, a patient zero, David Zaslav. Since he took over 4 years ago now, actually, it has just been so bad for that company. All he does really is cancel projects that are pretty close to finished, or just get rid of things that they already have. And I know Warner Bros. Was in a bad spot before. It was in a dark place before David Zaslav came in there with the, knight in shining armor, with radiant sunbeams shining on him, potentially being their savior. But this would be like trying to cure alcoholism with heroin. Now, I have no doubt there are some shareholders that do view him as the cure. to the disease of money loss that Warner Bros. Was afflicted with through his innovative strategy, his remarkable genius scheme of just getting rid of everything, just cutting everything Warner Bros. Has to squeeze some doubloons on the bottom line for the shareholders. It has worked for them, I suppose, at least based on what I can see. But on the grand scheme of things, his strategy has basically just been, hey, you're excited for that? Well, there's a good chance we're just going to can it right before it comes out. Or, hey, we finished this thing that you were excited for, but we decided not to release it because we're just going to go for a tax break on it instead. It's a fucking terrible strategy if you're anyone that likes content. David Zaslav is the opposite of King Midas. He's fucking King ripe ass, because everything he touches turns to ass instead of gold. He's got the cheese touch, and it has infected every part of this company. They are struck with the orb of confusion and can't break out. They just made the baffling decision to shut down Monolith Productions. You know, the studio behind beloved titles like Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, with a highly anticipated Wonder Woman game still in the pipeline that, from my understanding, was pretty far along in development. They have now just come out and axed that company. Not just Monolith, they also shut down Player First Games as well as Warner Bros. San Diego. But Monolith is the most surprising one because everyone loves those games. And there's a lot of faith in Monolith as a company. So there was a lot of hype around this game that's been in development for a long time, and now will never see the light of day. Much like a lot of other things Warner Bros. Has done. Like, I've already talked about this a lot, there's no reason to regurgitate it, but I will briefly mention them just refusing to release Coyote vs. Acme even though it's completed. I hate this fucking company, man, it's crazy. But in this case, they didn't complete the project yet, it was still actively in development, and now it won't see the light of day unless it leaks somehow. But what this also means is they're burying the Nemesis system in the coffin with Monolith here. The Nemesis system is one of the most innovative systems we've seen in the last decade. It was a really cool feature that was present in Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, and Warner Bros. Patented it, which is why you haven't seen it outside of those two games. And the thought would be that they'd use it in their products because they own the patent.
Yeah, they
but
could
instead they
sell it or use it or lease it.
You can't touch it. It's mine to do nothing with. And now that they've killed Monolith, it truly is going to be something that they're going to do nothing with, I imagine. And that patent doesn't expire until 2036. It's so infuriating how dog shit Warner Bros. Is. Like, they're not even doing business, they're doing shitness. Like, I hate to keep bringing up things I already talked about a lot in regards to this company, but Coyote vs. Acme, they finished that movie. It had like a $70, $80 million budget, I can't quite recall. And instead of releasing it, they just decided to claim a tax loss, which didn't recoup the budget or anything. It barely even made up for half of their total spend on the production in the first place. Great work, David. Big gold star for that one. Let's go ahead and see what he had to say, though, about gaming in general with Warner Bros. So the main goal with the structuring of Warner Bros. Game development studios is that they want to focus on 4 really powerful games, according to the lobotomite himself, David Zaslav. You know, really powerful games like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which lost them 200 million clams, by the way. Rocksteady wasn't on the chopping block. I love Rocksteady for their previous work. I fucking hate Suicide Squad, plus that company doesn't have, like, the most important people at it from back in the day. I don't know if they'll turn it around, but Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was one of the worst games of 2024, and yet Monolith, who actually has majority bangers, heaters, and their last 2 games have been super heaters, somehow they're the ones that get axed? Okay, fucking make it make sense, David. Now, what he's actually referring to is Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, DC, and Game of Thrones. Those are their key franchises, and they don't want to, like, venture out beyond there, even though I think this is super stupid to just marry your whole fucking development studios to just these 4 properties. I have said for a long time, I think the path forward for these studios is that they do a lot of smaller projects that don't cost as much or don't take as long to develop, and instead focus on being creative and unique. So that way there's not as much spend, but there's a lot more potential. Things like a Hi-Fi Rush, for example. Like, there's, I think, significantly more potential in that, as opposed to just making a fucking $200 million Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League boss. But anyway, here's the statement in its entirety. We've had to make some very difficult decisions to structure our development studios and investments around building the best games possible with our key franchises. You've already failed. You haven't made the best games possible in a long, long time. than Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, DC, and Game of Thrones. After careful consideration, we are closing 3 of our development studios: Monolith, Player First Games, and Warner Bros. San Diego. This is a strategic change in direction and not a reflection of these teams or the talent that consists within them. The development of Monolith's Wonder Woman video game will not move forward. You know, interestingly enough, Wonder Woman's a DC game, huh? From a beloved developer, why didn't that make it? I mean, it's part of your key franchise approach. What is this strategic direction here? To only put these properties in the hands of the worst developers? Like, I don't really know. I'm a little confused, to be honest with you. Monolith was extremely talented with a lot of faith in their brand, and you gave them a DC property, which you're saying is your key franchise. So why would you take them off of that in order to instead have Rocksteady work on another super stinker? Like, it's not like Monolith was working on something obscure no one knows, you know, like Dino Custodians, Janitors in Space, Prehistoric Plowing. Like, it's a well-known IP with an extremely well-known developer that people love. It just doesn't make sense. Our hope was to give players and fans the highest quality experience possible for the iconic character, and unfortunately this is no longer possible within our strategic priorities. And I think this is all code for not live service enough. We couldn't nickel and dime our community enough, so we had to let them go. We couldn't find ways of monetizing Wonder Woman to the same inefficient level as Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is another tough decision, as we recognize Monolith's storied history of delivering epic fan experiences through amazing games. We greatly admire the passion of the 3 teams and thank every employee for their contributions. As difficult as today is, we remain focused on and excited about getting back to producing high-quality games for our passionate fans and developed by our world-class studios and getting our games business back to profitability and growth in 2025 and beyond. You imbecile. David Zaslav's brain is so fascinating because it really feels like it's been wired incorrectly. Like there were some screws loose and then it got put back together and the neural pathways were all cattywampus. Because it seems he lacks a fundamental understanding of what growth means in gaming here. Typically, you wouldn't want to cut your most talented developer working on a huge IP before it releases. That doesn't seem smart. Now you've just eaten a huge loss for the 8 years of development, and the drive will never see the light of day, so you can't even begin to recoup it. It just seems like a stupid decision, especially when your key strategic plan is to focus on one of the IPs that your most talented developer was working on. So now, you're going to take that same IP and just give it to a, most likely, worse developer. How are you growing? You've downsized, sure. You've effectively downsized, and now you'll stop spending money on the salary of all the developers that you just fired, but you didn't grow. You stayed in the same spot, just squeezed a couple extra pennies out by firing so many people, and now you don't even have a game to show for it for all this loss that you've just eaten. Like, show me where the growth is on that, because I must be missing it. I just think it's a terrible decision, and I hate the David Zaslav strategy to everything of just get rid of everything, and if we're not spending any money, that means we're not losing any money. I hate it. I really don't like it. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit, especially because I love Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor. And the fact that we're not going to see anything else from Monolith now, and let's say like pie in the sky, Monolith gets to stay together, someone else takes the entire team intact and they work on something, well, they still can't use the Nemesis system they created because Warner Bros. owns the patent, at least to my understanding. So yeah, Warner Bros. Is trash. That's about it. See ya.
Makes sense, Charlie.
Yeah, like when he swings it around, it almost goes out. Like you can barely see the flame at all. See, this is interesting because this is reacting very differently to yeah, like when he swings it around, it almost goes out. Like you can barely see the flame at all. See, this is interesting because this is reacting very differently to that Kevlar one where when you swing it, it left a trail of fire.
Shadow War.
Greetings, I'm Shad.
And greetings, I'm Tyrant.
And Tyrant, today we are going to be looking at a video from Mike Shake.
Yeah, very popular content creator.
And I like him. I've seen a couple of his videos. I think I've seen his whip one, where he makes a whip. And I think he also did a video on nunchucks, which also attracted me as well. And so in this one, he has made something that we have a little bit of experience in ourselves.
Yes. I like his content. He has very high production. I like the way he presents it as well. Usually it's more, how would I say, generalized than anything really specific. And today we're looking at flame swords.
That kind of works in his favor. He presents it as his more of a normie experimenting things, trying to make stuff, and that does make it accessible to a lot of casual viewers. Our own content is very more niche specific, it's for the sword enthusiasts and stuff. But we did do a fire sword video, and we had an interesting time getting it to work. I want to see how he built his, which is what I'm particularly interested in. Also see effectiveness and stuff, because we tested our fire sword against actual flesh, against targets, and we had some important, I guess, takeaways, results from those tests as to, is it really worth it?
Yeah.
Would you want to, even if you could make it with magic, right?
Yeah.
Is it even a viable option? You can still check out our original video. It's there. We'll link it towards the end. But let's check out how Mike does with his one.
Creation of one of the most unique swords ever existed on this planet.
Okay, see, even right out of the gate, it's confirming some of our conclusions already.
Yeah.
And if people, if you watch carefully, what is the thing that did the damage in that hit?
It's the sword.
It was the sword. The fire did nothing. In fact, the fire almost went out completely. Like, if we skip back just a tad.
One of the most unique swords ever existed.
Like that. It's like the fire isn't even on the sword anymore because of the sweat.
It's on this planet.
And it relights when it slows down a bit.
Mike is actually a great guy. I mean, he when I did my video on him, he responded, and he was very open about, he is normie, which is not a bad thing at all. And I respect that, because he's just having fun with it, and he's learning these things, and he's also exposing it to a huge amount of people. Flame swords are interesting because, they don't really...
They're on fire.
Like, the flame doesn't add too much. The sword does all of the heavy lifting. You also have then the issues of, lighting it and not lighting it, and then ruining the temper. There's so
many
much.
issues.
Yeah.
But you can see the angle is very, especially when you get to here.
I would also say that sword has a very thick belly to it. That is crazy.
Is that single-edged or double-edged?
It looks double, but look, it looks almost like a...
Are you getting thrown off by the...
maybe because it's...
because of the...
edge angle?
Yeah, I think it is... edge angle is really... Especially, and it gets really bad.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's
All right. Yeah. So it looks like...
Interesting. We already have a decent tuck to say just right from the beginning.
Well, I also wanted to comment on, because he's cutting ballistic gel there as well. Now, we haven't used ballistic gel just because it's expensive, hard to get. But from what I understand, as a sword medium, it's not the best.
It looked pretty easy to get through.
Well, it was also very stretchy. So I think maybe it's a little bit of his edge angle, but also just the medium he's using.
Yeah. Because one of the interesting bits of feedback we were able to get was we were cutting into actual pork and the skin of the pork, and to gauge, all right, is it burning the skin? Is it how much damage is it doing between the fire and the sword?
But the main takeaway is the sword cleaves it in half.
Yes, that's right. It was and then the fire actually ended up maybe cauterizing the wound a bit, which made less damage. But there was an interesting advantage that we did find out of the fire sword. We won't give it away. Watch our video if you want to see what one of the cool advantages you can get out of this. Alright, this one seems a bit more valid.
Roster from bread. More specifically, Dutch bread. So CAC decides to open up their own metal 3D printing department called K3D, all to make their own tools for the bread production.
Then they can print metal. This stuff is cool. I love the 3D printing metal.
And so they buy 2 metal 3D printers called Metal Fab 1. But things didn't really go according to the plan. If the laser moves too fast, or it's set to a low intensity, it doesn't really melt the powder completely. So instead of getting a perfectly solid 3D printed part, we get a very porous one, with millions of pores. And now, if you got a porous knife and you blow air through it, suddenly bread doesn't stick to it anymore. A Actually, almost nothing sticks to it anymore. It basically works like air hockey.
Have you seen this video?
I've seen some of it, and
Because I was wondering how I was going to make it. If this is the take, this is actually kind of cool.
yes, but all of the results we got are still the same.
Yeah.
That's essentially what I'm getting. It's like, it's really cool that how he's gone about doing it, and I know that he's collaborated with another YouTuber I also watch, is really cool, but at the end of the video, all of the results are still identical.
But what's I'm going to preempt here just by his preamble is that he's made a porous blade that has heaps of holes in it that he can then feed fuel through and light up. Which is, that's awesome. That's a cool kind of design.
Air gets pushed through the pores, and it creates a thin membrane that prevents even the stickiest stuff to stick. Now, the reason I know about all this stuff is because I watched a video of a Portuguese YouTuber called Intexa. The first thing he thought about doing with the knife was setting it on fire.
I think I've seen
This is what happens if you blow a flammable gas like
I can't remember
butane
the
into a
channel
knife.
name. I think it's like
Then
Nezca
you
or
use
something.
hydrogen. That knife is the second mistake of the story. And when I saw that video, I just thought about one thing.
I'm always brought back to the it's interesting because what I'm thinking about is one of the biggest detriments of a fire sword, a flame sword, whatever you want to call it, is you ruin the temper. With something like this, you are going to, if it had a temper, first off, I don't think these have a temper to begin with, you are going to obliterate it in like a second.
And also, because it's made out of a porous metal,
It's from within.
no, like the blade is not going to be strong enough to hold up to any level of use. It would shatter and break
At least
if you hit
with
something solid.
at least with when you take a regular sword that already has a good temper on it, and then you turn that into a fire sword, it doesn't get hot enough that it's going to ruin the blade instantly. So you can get some good use out of it, but over time it'll obviously degrade. So you kind of get the benefits of a fire sword
For a little bit.
For a little bit.
The sword we sacrificed on our fire sword, the temper ended up being destroyed completely, and when it's like that, you can just bend it.
But it was a bad sword.
It was a bad sword to begin with.
And like the temper on the sword to begin with, I was not convinced. It was just thick.
This is true.
It's just interesting because I bring it up because this one where they're feeding the fuel through the blade.
Yeah.
And you can see the blade getting like red hot.
And I think like it works in the sense that they're able to make a fire sword that looks just like, because one of the issues with fire swords is the material or fuel that you need to wrap it around with. Just drenching the sword in fuel doesn't work. And so the way we look, literally wrapping it in a Kevlar cloth, right? Which is, you don't really get a sword out of it because you can't chop things really well with it. And what we did, we attached a wick to the blade, which worked pretty good. It means the edge was still available to cut, and it could still function like a sword. The way that they're doing it, you just see the blade on fire, and it looks wicked. And so in that sense, it looks more legitimate, but it's also not going to function like a real sword. You hit anything solid with it, it'll probably break.
That was the benefit is because we had an external fuel source and wick attached to the blade. It means it still had all the characteristics of a fire sword. It's still got hot enough where the blade is doing, like, the heat is providing some small benefit, but at the same time, it's not enough to instantly destroy the blade. With this, I don't think you're getting all of those tiny little benefits, but more negatives.
Well, like I said, that porous steel, I am concerned that it could even survive a solid hit against anything that, it's not going to get through. I think
because like we fought with ours and they were fine.
Yeah, we've got footage.
We'll go make some food while I'm listening to this.
Did you know we are making exclusive full-length episodes just for our supporters?
Well,
This week's release
little
is
early.
us reacting to more of those McDojo sword delusions. It actually gets even more crazy, if you can believe it. YouTube is in such a state at the moment
I kinda
that the
want
only
it.
way we can continue making this content, even the free content, is purely thanks to our supporters. You guys are literally the ones that are comprising most of our revenue, supporting the business and us able to make this content. So if you want to help support us continue to make this content, the stuff that is available for free, and get access to the exclusive great content. This is like full-length videos for as little as $1 a month. You can get access to that content and also help support the channel. It means the world. Remember, this week's video is a fun reaction to the sword delusion stuff. It's great. It's either released or going to be released this
Honorable
week
to
as little as
slightly
$1 a month on Subscribe Star, Patreon, or channel memberships,
Check.
and then you get all that backlog content as well. Like great
boil in the
episodes.
microwave and cook
So
for
do
4.5
support
minutes.
if you're able to, and let's get back to
Okay.
it.
That is the third mistake of the story. Now, we gotta find a way to make the sword though. At first, I thought you could just take the knife and simply scale it up, but the porous metal is probably not as tough as the normal steel you would use in a knife or in a sword.
So scaling the knife up would just mean having something that's way too fragile.
So the sword has to be thicker than the knife. The problem is that increasing the thickness also generates another issue. If we could split the knife here and look in this direction, the section will look like this. Hollow. And that's because the porous metal has a maximum thickness.
Interesting, because I thought it was porous all the way through, but no, it actually has a hollow core.
Which makes it worse.
Yeah, even weaker.
After which the gas would not be able to flow through it. So since we need to make the sword thicker than the knife, and it also has to be hollow inside so that the gas can flow through it, we would have a lot of empty space with thin walls. And as you can imagine, like that.
I haven't seen this full video yet, right? And I'm wondering how they would resolve this. And I'm thinking, what, maybe they honeycomb the inside?
Let's watch them find out.
But it's an interesting.
Let them do their thing, Chad.
It is, but keep in mind the end. I'm trying not to be like mean about this. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just then you also, even at the end of this, you
It's still not going to be
you
a
attach to like a gas thing, and you know it's still not like a functional sword in that sense.
Yeah, as cool as the effect is at the end of this,
I love it.
It looks great. It doesn't achieve the result of having a proper functional blade that's on fire.
It is a cool looking sword.
What do you reckon would be
I
the
have to
best
say.
method then? Because we have kind of three primary methods.
A sword that's literally on fire because it has like a gas coming out of
It's
it.
the most functional method that I can think of, because when you wrap it in the Kevlar, you're literally wrapping, material over the blade, preventing it from being able to be used.
Yeah.
And then you have this method, which it's not going to be a solid enough sword. It does cut through stuff, so I guess we'll get to see how solid it is. I just think it's not going to be solid as a real sword that needs to clash against other swords and armor and survive significant abuse.
Yeah. The one that I'm going with is I've got the holes in the blade, so you can feed the wick through. Because the issue we had with the sharp sword we made was I used a heat-resistant silicon to hold the wick on, which was great because we got a big thick wick, but it means over a little bit of time that degraded and basically came off. So I think actually having the holes through the blade to hold the wick and then using something like the Kevlar, which will last a lot longer, is a far more effective way to put the fuel on the blade.
You know what I think would even work better? It would be a lot more work, right? Instead of a wick, a type of metal or steel hose that has tiny holes along the end that we could continually feed fuel through.
Yeah, the problem is that it's not going to have an edge.
If we put it on like the same way that the wick does, like weave it through holes, so that you weave the hose through the holes of the sword.
Oh, right. Okay, I know what you're saying, but yeah, okay. Yeah, but I'm not a fan of having like an external fuel source. I'm much more of like...
It's a danger.
Yeah, well, it's just danger and practicality. Don't get me wrong, it's cool to have a fire sword that'll last forever, but it's like if I have to carry a gas tank on my back, I'll just carry a flamethrower. Like, so what I mean is like...
Not a bad idea.
Fuel that runs out is more reasonable.
It is an issue though, because you only have a short amount of time.
It is, but like, I much prefer that than to have to carry around a fuel source.
Yeah. I get that, because I probably wouldn't want to have that fuel source on me either.
So we need something to fit this space.
Okay, so yeah,
that makes the sword strong, but it also allows the gas to easily flow through it.
And right now, I have no idea how to do that.
I think we can solve this problem with a gyroid.
What is gyroid?
So,
Is that guy
in 3D
French?
there's this trick that
French?
instead
I don't
of
know.
like 3D printing
I don't
parts
know.
solid,
He's walking around with a glass
use
of
some kind
wine.
of old geometry to make it strong but not that heavy. This
Yeah.
guy's a scientist in the
That's what
70s
I
invented
was picturing
this weird
honeycombing, but it's
geometry,
kind of the
which
same
is
thing.
called the gyroid. And it's basically a minimal surface area geometry, which
That's
basically means
cool.
that you don't really have a lot of material, you have a lot of the strength, and the best part of it is that it allows the gas to flow through.
Or blaming if something goes very wrong with it.
Okay, I was already skeptical as how strong it is, but maybe it's stronger than I'm predicting. You don't think so?
It's still, it's
just
still
because it's made out of porous steel
Well,
is also.
It's porous steel and it's also unheat treated steel, and it's probably not like the grade of steel is probably like a.
Well, the greatest steel in this level of manufacturing can actually sometimes be really high. They're called powdered steels.
Yes.
And those powdered steels can be tough as hell.
Yes, but they're not. They don't go under the same stresses and loads that swords do. There's a reason why we make swords out of what we make them out
Because they
of.
make knives out of powdered steel, and the performance of the powdered steel knives can be crazy good, but they don't go under the stresses that swords need. Go under. Yeah, so they probably would still snap.
Yeah, like I think
But that means they could hold an edge, though.
aluminum can hold an edge. Like any metal, metallic objects can hold edges.
Powdered steels are really tough steels, and they hold an edge really good.
Yes, what I'm saying is cutting soft, medium targets, it'll be perfectly fine. But clashing against another blade, first off, what would happen if you cut the blade in half?
I don't know.
Does it turn into a flamethrower?
Oh yeah, like if it snapped and then your fuel is there.
Yeah.
Anyways, after Intexa finished the 3D model, we sent everything to K3D, where they 3D printed the sword. And here it is. This looks very unique. There are two types of metal in here. In the handle, there is a non-porous one, because I mean, you don't want it to spit fire, while the rest of the sword is porous metal. Total length is about an arm long. Thickness is a little bit more than 70 millimeters.
I'm curious what that little like bit in the middle is, like a weld? Or...
Yeah, I don't know, like a connecting point or something.
Very thick for a sword, but that's because the gyroid had to fit
See how
inside the
thick, boy.
So it was thick in the start.
blade. There is also a welding mark here, and that's because the metal 3D printers have limited dimensions for the parts they can print. And so I told the other guys I was gonna make the handle of the sword before the test. Now, I have no idea how to make the handle of a sword, but I'm motivated. So I got a chunk of aluminum. Steel is usually better for a guard, but aluminum is great at dissipating heat, which
Yeah, I think aluminum is a good pick for the guard. Easy to work
is
with.
definitely the priority for this
I'm
sword.
still on that welding
I
bit
got a
right in the
small-
middle.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I'm just thinking like, if they just did a straight weld, is that mechanically strong enough? Like, because if you can 3D print it, why wouldn't you 3D print it with like a dovetail or some mechanical thing you could slip them together and then weld? Sorry, I'm just thinking about other things.
chunk with the approximate dimensions of the guard. And right now, I got something like this. Before shipping it with the grinder though, I gotta do the hardest part, which is drilling a hole in here so that I can fit it
That's
on.
alright if you do.
The hole
Yeah,
needs
look,
to
hold
have
on.
the same exact
I've got an example. This here is an aluminum guard that we made for the, not for this one exactly, but for one of the carbon fiber swords. And this is like a chunky crossguard.
But it's surprisingly light still because it's aluminum. So you're right. Chunky would be fine.
But usually, you gotta remember, it's proportional to the blade. That was a big blade.
Yeah, but the thing is though, because it's aluminum so light, you could get away with a chunky one like this even on a longsword.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's not the case. The extra weight of the pommel would bring the center of the
I'm just glad he got a good reference point to figure that out.
I'm more surprised he didn't make a katana. He makes a lot of katanas.
He does.
And he's going more European with this. It's just interesting.
And then I smoothen the edges.
So he's making it out of aluminium, by the way, because if we wanted a better count.
Straight lines, I think.
No idea how much that sword weighs to begin with, so maybe that'll work.
Spending a while sanding the pommel by hand, I polished the guard and the pommel with a buffing machine. I think they look pretty good. Yeah. Now, the only thing missing for the test is the grip. My idea to do that is to make a wooden core around the handle and then add soft and grippy
See, the
materials
tang is already
on top.
pretty wide
As
on
a
it.
reminder,
I think
this
you'd want
part is
scales
not
and wrap it.
porous, so
Yeah.
the gas would just
What's funny
flow
is
through it
those
without getting a
examples
minor core around the handle.
are far better. Like as a pommel for this particular sword, that is a much better pommel to make because then you can just put the connection straight through. Making a wheel pommel for this particular sword is like a bad idea.
Yep, good point.
And then add soft and grippy materials on top of it. As a reminder, this part is not porous, so the gas would just flow through it without getting hot. Hopefully. Starting with a wooden core.
It's hard to gauge because like the handle looks too big for the size of the sword, but the sword is small, and so maybe it's still got the right circumference. That's a comfortable grip. It looks chunky.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm okay with it on this sword because you do want to keep that heat away from your hands. So like,
Drill the hole into the pommel. This way, I can temporarily place it at the end.
Oh.
The balance of the sword.
Okay.
I don't like that.
No.
This way, I can.
We were not expecting that.
Yeah.
That's a disc pummel on the base.
Yeah.
And look, they exist in historical swords.
I don't like them.
Tolas have those types, but yeah,
Not a fan.
good for European swords at all. Man, that is an odd pick.
Yeah. Because then now the grip is even shorter.
Yeah.
Temporarily place it at the end of the handle. The balance of
Because
the
he even
sword
showed that it was going to lie flat on his when he was putting it together.
got much better than before. and this would probably already work as a grip.
Interesting look. Let's
It looks like a game sword.
Yeah, it actually looks like
a
on
low poly game sword.
Interesting.
But to consider it complete, I need twine, glue, and patience. First, I'm wrapping the handle with twine, gluing it every once in a while to keep it in place. The handle like this feels much more comfortable already. But to make it even better, I took a piece of leather and I cut a few strips out of it. This final wrap keeps everything in place.
You have something to say?
I'm just thinking, because this is like, I've made my own sword handles. This is how you would do it in terms of the processes. Obviously, it's not as refined. It's a very thick handle. I'm just trying to think if I would do that for a sword, like for a fire sword handle specifically, because on the examples we had, one of them had just a carved wood handle with a, I don't even know if it was leather, plastic or something, kind of spiraled around it, and that ended up burning off in the end. And then on the other example, we had, what are they called, like leather rings, very thick leather rings, which worked really well because it kept that heat away. I don't know if I would go this route because the heat goes into the handle.
Yeah, what would you do? Like, I reckon one of the things is, light the wick further away from the hilt.
Yeah.
That'll certainly help. But what would be the best handle material, you reckon?
I'm not sure. It's still one of those things I'm working on.
Actually, aluminium.
No, that's worse.
You reckon?
Yeah, aluminum is very good as a heat conductor, so it'll transfer it straight into your hands. It's just interesting for this sort of method because leather like that last layer of leather, is very supple and soft and...
So what about several thick layers of leather? You reckon that would help?
Well, that's what we did. We had the big thick leather rings. They're basically just thick leather ring, and it worked out reasonable.
Okay.
So maybe that's probably how I'd go about it personally.
Multiple layers of leather.
Yeah.
Base and makes the grip even more durable.
Like,
Finish it up, I
ironically,
added 2 leather strips.
I think a katana is a better option for this sort of project.
Interesting. How easy does silk burn?
I don't think it matters because you've got very thick wood, then you've got the ray skin, and then you have the wrap on the very last outside. So like
those are multiple layers. That would
yeah.
actually be a decent handle to prevent heat transfer.
It's also single edge, so it's easier to work with. Like, and you also have more spine, so you could probably put the wick at the spine. Like, a katana might be a good way to go about a fire sword.
Yeah, might need to get a ROM one.
Yeah.
I can hold the pommel in between the gas connector and the grip. At this point, there was a little gap between the pommel and the grip.
A scent stopper pommel on this would just be perfect.
But I tried to fill that with O-rings, and it actually worked pretty well. The pommel squeezes the O-rings against the grip, and everything feels very tight and sturdy. And now, I just gotta sharpen the blade. As an experiment, I'm trying to polish...
Yeah, and he still hasn't even tested it yet. Like, if a porous will
Flash sharpen the porous metal, using the porous knife as a guinea pig. And this way, it certainly gets sharper, but polishing it also closes the pores.
Yeah.
And since we want to have as much gas and as much flames as possible, I'm just gonna sharpen the blade with whetstones. Hopefully this edge will be enough to cut stuff. So here we are. The setup is actually pretty simple. You just connect the sword to a butane tank through a hose, and by opening the tank, butane gas would flow into the sword.
Okay. I don't know, for me, I would be wanting to wear more protective gear than that. I'd be worried.
At minimum, gloves.
Yeah.
Gloves are good.
Making my mouth water.
Yeah.
Add a little bit of cheese to this. Might want to nuke it for like another 20 seconds or so.
Just look at the flaring around. Like, I'd be like...
And I think it kinda works.
Alright, that looks wicked.
And the look is not even the only cool part.
Like, when he swings around, it almost goes out. Like, you can barely see the flame at all. See, this is interesting because this is reacting very differently to that Kevlar one, where when you swing it, it left a trail of fire. Where with this one,
it's not even the only cool part.
He swings it. If we go slowly, like, look at that. It's basically
out. Yeah.
Out. Like, there's no flame there at all. And then it just relights when, because there's still obviously heat enough for it to relight when it slows down. You can see a tiny glow at the tip, right? But that is performing very differently to other ones that we've seen. I mean, it's still cool. Don't get me wrong. And it's
very cool.
Still, like, look at that. That looks wicked. But it's it's actually nowhere near as visually stunning when you swing the thing.
Look at it at night.
Like,
I think because like I said, we had two. I think the one that was sharp, I think that one was far more visceral because we had big, thick wicks on it that absorbed so much fuel. When you swung them, they still stayed.
They stayed alight.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that because they're using gas, that's the other issue. Like if you're using a more liquid fuel, when you swing it, the
It has to
moisture of fuel
convert
kind of
the liquid
gets
into a gas to burn
flung
it.
out. That's what happens
Liquids
with
don't
the
burn.
Kevlar fire sword, and that's what creates the trail of fire. So it's
Usually.
also fuel source. That's
They have to be converted into gases, which burn.
they probably like. I would say the pores are too small to get water. Sorry, a liquid. It would only do this with gas.
Yeah.
It looks
so we
wicked
kept studying it
still
in
like that.
disbelief for a while, and slowly the sword became cursed. I mean, it turned black, which I believe it looks actually better than before.
To be fair, I'm pretty happy about the handle though. Like it's holding up very well. Aluminum doesn't even get that hot.
Actually, I think you got just the best combination possible because you have wood here, which is insulating, so you don't burn your hands, and the aluminum is perfect to like dissipate heat.
Does it dissipate heat well or conduct heat well?
What I'm thinking is happening here is because they're
It
constantly
moves
feeding the gas
heat,
through,
so it releases it quickly.
The handle, and it's not ignited near the handle. That cools it. The handle, where later on in the blade it ignites. I'm assuming.
We did that on purpose.
The plan is to test the sword against a lot of targets, but we spent the entire morning just looking at it. What I also find very fascinating.
And you've also got to
is that
remember, because it's so porous and it's not solid, the actual blade itself won't conduct as heat as well as a solid blade.
Yep.
distortion that the heat leaves behind. It looks so surreal. You can even see the heat in the shadow of the sword.
Man, that would annoy me so much having the cord.
Like
coming over there. Oh, that would.
It kind of reminds me of the proto sabers
Yeah.
in Star Wars.
And when the wind hits the blade, it almost looks electric.
That's cool.
All right,
That looks sweet.
let's test it. First of all, what happens to the targets when you hit them with a flaming sword? And second thing,
See,
Depends on if they can
my
melt.
prediction is that not much different, except it's going to be a hotter blade because the flame almost dissipates when you swing this. So.
we want to actually test how tough the porous metal is, because we don't know. It could be fragile. It could be
I'm interested in
tougher
this
than
one.
a normal one. We have no idea. And also, we want to find out how sharp it actually is.
I mean, the ballistic head is probably the hardest target there.
Yeah, exactly. Everything else
There's
is
bone
really
inside.
soft. Like pool noodle, tatami mat. Like pool noodle would be weird because it would melt really quickly. I think a tatami mat would
Tatami
probably
would be interesting, yeah.
the better material to test on this one. And look, we love pool noodles. We say they're really good analogs, but for a fire sword particularly, especially one that has a profile like this, you want something that has that little bit more resistance to it.
Well, this one also doesn't. I'm more interested in its structural rigidity than how well it cuts,
Exactly,
because
like-
it has a bad edge geometry.
Like,
anyway.
how do you reckon it would go up in our wood test?
That's what I mean. That's why I want to hit something. So I think the ballistic
really-
head is probably the strongest thing here.
Are all the targets we're gonna test?
Because these will not give good feedback for the strength of the blade.
Also, watermelon that got into a little bit of an accident on the way here. Anyways, we're gonna try to slice all of them, starting from the easiest and ending up with the toughest.
Accident. Somebody ate that watermelon.
Completely gonna destroy the tomatoes. I'm not so sure about the gelatin guy.
I'm not sure about the gelatin guy. I fear about the sword, honestly. Now, the sword is pretty thick, and because of that, we weren't sure if he was gonna be able to cut anything at all.
I don't like.
But it actually worked.
Such a soft.
That was that sword did not look like it liked going through that watermelon.
No, it didn't.
That's how I'll describe that.
Then, by watching back the super slow motion footage though, we realized that the flame actually disappeared before the impact with the watermelon.
And so it's just basically a
That-
sword there.
that
Yeah,
also
broke it.
cracked as well.
Yeah.
That didn't
It's
actually.
so
One
thick.
It wasn't
wants
sliced.
flames, always.
How are we gonna fix that?
You don't.
No idea.
You don't.
It's going now. Jeez, it's going now.
Yeah.
I'm not
that's
sure if you
gotten
can see
pretty
that on
big
camera.
now. Look at the flame on that.
thing is insane.
That's
it
a
felt
bit
like
crazy.
holding a furnace in my hand. But this trick apparently
How
solved
hot
the issue.
your hands would be getting at this point. Oh, it's a bit better.
Yes. Okay, we found the way.
But he didn't swing it very far.
Yeah.
Hot, but I guess we found the
See, look, yeah, it's gone in again. Oh, that is an ugly cut on water bottle.
And even though flames still went
And
away
look,
from
They beat the
Fractal
crap
Armor,
out of it.
the
It's
sword
ugly
actually
because
got the
of the blade profiles, I was saying.
Yes, but this is one of those ones where the water negates any of the benefits of the fire sword.
water jug, and the flames came back almost immediately after the hit. So then we quickly went through 3 different targets.
There's like no frame there.
But if you look at those, the actual cuts, they're all very... Well, I'm not talking about their cuts, I'm talking about because of the edge geometry of the blade, how thick it is, it means every cut is kind of like a wedge.
Yeah, they're very, I would call these ugly cuts.
Yeah.
Like, cause, and it's, again, blade geometry. The blade
Yeah, this would work.
We're gonna move to the
And I'm
fun
not even
stuff.
sure how sharp it
You know,
is.
ballistic gelatin is actually pretty tough. It should simulate muscle tissue. And as an example, my supersonic chain whip did basically nothing to it. So we were kind of worried the sword
Sword's
was
a
gonna
bit
bounce
different
back.
with ballistic gel.
But it actually went through it like butter.
Yeah, like,
We didn't get
that's
this
a ton.
shot, so I'm gonna try to hit it again.
I don't think it'll get
This
this
time?
time,
Yeah, I don't think.
I think it's too
Definitely got
thick.
Hit it again. Did you put the bear back together? No.
And interestingly enough, because the the ballistic gel is so, I guess, compliantly flexing out of the way, it has
A cleaner cut.
It shows a cleaner cut than
Yeah.
what would really happen with a solid.
But then when you
target.
look at something like the fruit, which will crack rather
Yeah.
than... You see the fruit kind of split apart.
Exactly, like there was cracking and ugliness with it, but the ballistic gel literally flexed around the blade
Yeah.
to let it cut instead of wedge and crack apart. And so it
First,
looks much
I went
better
for the head. Nice.
as a
I'm
result.
scared, honestly. I feel like this could actually break the sword. So it's either
Good.
gonna break the neck or the sword is gonna break.
Yeah,
But
this isn't
obviously,
the,
there is only
the
one way to
Then-
hardest target
Yeah.
either.
The neck is the easy part.
That bends.
I feel like you're good.
I think it caught it, and then it fell, and it separated the head from the body. So then, to understand what exactly happened, we watched the slow motion footage.
Man, what I'd give for a slow-mo camera like this. eh?
Oof, that is an ugly cut. Then the fire comes back because it gets stuck in there. So,
See, that's like an axe. That was like an axe cut.
worse though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it took a little bit of time to break the neck, but then it sliced through, and I guess it separated when it fell on the floor. Look. Yeah.
No, I can't believe we actually did this. Like, seriously, like, it's insane. This shouldn't be real. And I'm still not 100% sure it actually.
All right, so really interesting video. Lots of kind of cool.
I like the guy's doubt.
observations there.
He's like, this shouldn't be
lots
real,
of
and I'm
things
not.
like,
I'm
you
still
know,
not 100% sure it is.
I don't think it would just hold up against like smacking it into wood.
No, I don't think so.
And I understand why they wouldn't want to do it. They spend a lot of money in making
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. I still just prefer more like the regular type of fire sword, ones we've scored and made. I just think they have more. They're a better weapon.
Yes, as a weapon that can survive impact and actually cut into targets well and stuff
And
like that.
that's what I want from my weapon. So yeah.
And of course, if you want to see our fire sword video, where we put one of our own kind of, I guess, concepts to the test, and they're, like I said, they're really interesting conclusions as to, because one of the things we're testing in the video is how viable it is as a functional weapon. If you could just light it up with magic.
Does it enhance a sword in any way?
And so that video's right there. Check it out. Hope you enjoy it.
It's an hour. That's kind of long. No, thank you. Oh, I can't dismiss those. Yeah, that may be interesting. Anybody over here? No goodies. Hey, we got some goodies down here. Nice.
Getting bigger, you won't get a single satisfying answer. 100 years ago, astronomers figured out that the universe hadn't always been the same size. More specifically, it's getting bigger. But if you ask a bunch of astronomers how fast the universe is getting bigger, you won't get a single satisfying answer. Estimates tend to hover around 2 different values. And it's such a huge issue, some people call it the crisis in cosmology. So when the shiny new James Webb Space Telescope launched in 2021, there were hopes that the crisis would be resolved. But the JWST may have actually made it worse, leading to an even bigger mystery that might reveal brand new physics at work. Our story starts in 1929, when American astronomer Edwin Hubble published a paper announcing that a bunch of galaxies in the night sky are moving away from us. In other words, the universe was expanding. Not the galaxies themselves, but the space between them. The rate of that expansion has varied over time, and astronomers refer to the current rate of expansion as the Hubble constant, H0. Hubble even provided us with an estimate for H0. 530 kilometers per second per megaparsec, which doesn't mean a whole lot to someone who isn't an astronomer, so let's take a moment to break it down. A megaparsec is a unit of distance. 1 megaparsec is about 3 million light years, or 31 quintillion kilometers. For context, the distance between the Milky Way and Andromeda, the next major galaxy over, is about 0.8 megaparsecs. And the entire observable universe is about 30,000 megaparsecs wide. So if the value for H0 were really 530, it'd mean that a galaxy that's 1 megaparsec away from us would be flying away from us at a speed of 530 kilometers a second. A galaxy that's 2 megaparsecs away would be moving away from us at 1,060 kilometers a second, and so on. But over the years, it turned out Hubble's estimate was off. Like, way off. Thanks to better telescopes and better data sets, we know H0 is really somewhere around 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec. But the exact value, that's where the problem lies. And we've got a cosmological crisis on our hands because different groups are trying to measure H0 using different methods. They should all give the same answer, but right now, they simply aren't. And since the problem surrounds the Hubble constant, some call it the Hubble tension. There are 2 main camps that are in conflict here. Let's call them the CMB camp and the distance ladder camp, for reasons that we'll make clear. The CMB camp says H0 is about 67. The distance ladder camp claims it's about 73. Compared to 500, that doesn't sound like a big difference at all. But it is when you realize the error bars don't overlap. That's a fancy way of saying that both camps have rigorously checked all the possible sources of random error and noise in their measurements and strongly believe their number is basically correct. For instance, the CMB crew quote their value for H0 as 67.4 plus or minus 0.5, which means they're confident that their real final value is somewhere between 66.9 and 67.9. But different distance ladder teams quote their number as being around 73 plus or minus about 1. And 73 minus 1 is still larger than 67.9. Both camps are claiming that random errors alone can't explain the difference between their numbers. Hence, a crisis in cosmology, which, well, okay, maybe you wouldn't quite call this a crisis, but trust me when I say that this is high drama in astrophysics circles. Because the stakes are high, the Hubble constant is crucial for understanding how old the universe is, how fast it expanded in the past, and what the expansion will look like in the future. The biggest of big picture stuff. And every observation we make builds on the others. So if the story we're telling about the universe's expansion isn't consistent, we might need to doubt the conclusions we've made in other areas of astronomy. Having two conflicting H0 values also makes it harder to look for new physics, like trying to solve the long-standing mysteries of both dark matter and dark energy, which our universe seems to be full of. So, what exactly are the two camps and the two techniques they're using to calculate H0? For the distance ladder teams, the idea is to look right at galaxies a few megaparsecs away and measure their distance and speed. But getting accurate distance and speeds for objects that far away is easier said than done. So, astronomers start with more reliable distance calculations from our cosmic backyard. Those are the bottom rungs of the so-called ladder, and then use those rungs to help you work out distances farther away. The next rungs up on the ladder are standard candles, things that always shine with the same intensity no matter how far away they are. So in theory, all you have to do to calculate their distance is to measure how bright they appear to be. You also have to know precisely how these objects function to know how bright they should be, which is also easier said than done. For standard candles, astronomers tend to rely on certain kinds of stars and certain kinds of supernovas. Hubble himself relied on Cepheid variable stars, which visibly pulse super consistently depending on their mass. We'll be coming back around to those later. For the past few decades, astronomers have also relied on the Hubble Space Telescope to study those standard candles at all distances across the sky. But the other camp in this cosmological crisis is relying on data from a different telescope entirely, studying light from a completely different point in history. The CMB camp derives their H0 number from the oldest light in the universe, the cosmic microwave background.
Background
It was emitted
radiation.
a few 100,000 years after the Big Bang, and our best view of it comes courtesy of the now defunct Planck Space Telescope. But a few 100,000 years after the Big Bang is over 13.6 billion years ago, and H0 is the rate of expansion now. So these astronomers actually aren't directly calculating H0 at all. Instead, they're creating computer simulations on the known laws of physics and their CMB data, and plugging in numbers for a bunch of different properties to try and recreate our universe. Alongside a bunch of other values like the abundance and type of dark matter in the universe, an H0 value around 67 seems to work the best. So in a way, the Hubble tension represents just how well physicists understand the history and composition of the whole cosmos, or rather don't. Because as is, the models are not predicting what astronomers are actually observing. With its superior resolution,
Hello.
the James Webb Space Telescope was supposed to provide more accurate observations and therefore a more accurate distance
How's it
ladder.
going?
And that extra accuracy
Pretty
would
good.
hopefully resolve
I'm finishing
the
up a,
crisis. But in 2024, the first
Shepherd's pie.
JWST results came in and sort of spawned a new crisis. Two research groups analyzed data from JWST and came to totally different conclusions about what it meant. And it's significant because both groups are hugely respected in their field, having produced gold standard distance ladder results before JWST came along. First is the team led by Dr. Adam Rees, who shared
Well,
a
I'm
Nobel
learning
Prize
about
for
some
discovering that the
astronomy
universe
stuff.
isn't just expanding, but
Or
expanding
cosmology, or whichever one the fuck
faster
this
over
is.
time. In February 2024, their results were published in the Astrophysical Journal Letters. Their research analyzed over 1,000 Cepheid variables and concluded there was no significant difference between a Hubble and JWST-derived distance ladder. And with no new distance ladder, there was no new H0 that would be closer to what the CMB models predict. Then, a couple of months later, veteran cosmologist Dr. Wendy Friedman presented her
Cosmology.
research at the annual American Physical Society meetup. They had compared Cepheid data with data from two other kinds of standard candle stars, meaning they had 3 kinds of standard candles that could be calibrated and cross-checked against each other. And after all that calibration, they calculated a new value for H0 that agreed much more closely with the CMB camp. In other words, they were claiming that the Hubble tension had basically been solved. But come summer, Reese's team argued the results could be biased by the specific objects that Friedman and her team chose to include in their analysis, and which objects they did not. Now, this is still hot off the press drama. As of our recording, Friedman's results haven't made it through the peer review process yet. Meanwhile, Reese's criticisms have, but haven't actually been officially published. So the jury continues to be out when it comes to the latest results from JWST. But what does this bit of academic beef mean for now? Remember those error bars that don't overlap? Well, an error bar is only as good as your error accounting, and there's one mistake we need to acknowledge here. These are called systematic errors. Small assumptions you make in your data processing that skew every number consistently in one direction. And everyone's numbers, be they be from Reese or Friedman or anyone else looking at standard candles or CMB models, involve a lot of assumptions about how the universe works. From how stars evolve to how subatomic particles really act. So most cosmologists believe that the Hubble tension is caused by some accounting trick gone wrong. Some faulty assumption in the data pipeline that's
they didn't divide by 9.
Results. But if Reese's team
There's
is
a decimal in the wrong place somewhere.
JWST can't produce an H0 that's closer to the CMB predictions, it could mean that there's some new kind of physics to uncover. There are still a lot of cosmological mysteries out there, like why the universe is expanding faster and faster over time. Scientists blame dark energy, but no one really knows what it is. Right now, the strength of dark energy is considered to be a constant. It's one of the many variables that go into the CMB models that predict what H0 should be. So instead of hinting at an accounting error, the Hubble tension could be showing us that dark energy actually varies in strength over time. If that's the case, it would be one of the biggest, most surprising new discoveries in physics in decades. But before anyone throws away their astro textbooks, we should wait for more data to come in. The JWST is only a couple of years into its fact-finding mission, so it may yet provide the data we need to solve the tension without invoking new laws of physics. Because despite their opposite conclusions, Reese and Friedman's teams have come to agree on at least one thing: the rung on the cosmic distance ladder that corresponds to nearby galaxies. So with a bit more back and forth, there might be more consensus on other rungs. But JWST isn't the only telescope that could help solve the crisis. By imaging the whole southern sky every few days, the upcoming Vera Rubin Observatory will be able to spot millions of supernovas, providing a more robust catalog of those standard candles. And gravitational wave detectors like LIGO could act as a sort of neutral third party in the debate, providing a completely different kind of data set that astronomers could cross-reference against the CMB and standard candle data. So many cosmologists think it's only a matter of time before the tension is resolved one way or the other. Whatever the solution ends up being, it's a nice reminder that our story of the cosmos is never finished being written, and that science is at its most vibrant when there are big mysteries to solve.
How was your day today?
Quiet. Just playing Path of Exile 2. Haven't jumped on the Warframe yet.
Sounds nice.
Are you on Warframe right now?
Yeah. Just getting ready to stop by Calavero and check to see which one of the incarnates I don't have, because I just remembered that there was an incarnate I hadn't picked up yet. Watched some videos with the wife, danced around the living room a little bit. There's a couple songs I've been listening to recently that I hadn't introduced her to, so I forced her to listen to them while she watched me dance around. They inspire me to boogie.
Never found anyone I hated enough to condemn to a life with me. Take a closer look if you need to.
I think I'm in the wrong shop.
I can wait. So, you custom tune-ups for your gear?
I have that one. It should tell me if I have these. I have that one.
Take your time.
Doesn't tell me if I have these. That sucks. Snap. Take a picture of these. I know I have the boar. Okay.
Not feeling it.
Well, I'll come back and shop with you guys, but you don't do a good job of telling me if I have them. Equipment. Okay. Guess I can check the Anku. ANKU. No, I do not. Because I don't even have it built. Okay. I've got to build one of those, so I definitely need to pick up the Anku.
If I ever start with the self-pity, please. Drag a pinch of the void, and any weapon can be made to sing a new tune. Take a closer look if you need to.
Okay, it says I own an Anku Incarnate Genesis. So I don't need the bundle. It does tell me. I own a Gorgon Incarnate Genesis. I own an Angstrom Incarnate Genesis. I do not own a Dara. Okay. Do not own a Sestra. I own a Okina. I do not own a Sybaris. Okay, so that was an easier way to do it.
Take your time. Whatever.
Have I made those?
Got dibs on your stuff.
Dara. No, I have not. Get the Dara Vandal. Okay.
Watch on the scope sometimes. Here's a few pieces I put together in my
That's creepy.
Take a closer look if you need to. Once it's out of my hands, it's no longer my
Okay, Sestra. I think I have the Sestra. That should be a secondary. And I have the Incarnate. So, it says I don't have it, I just don't have the thing to put on one. So I don't need to pick that up.
Take your time.
Yeah, that's why I checked the other one.
Take a closer look if
Sybaris. That's a primary.
Okay. Later.
Sybaris. SYB. Sybaris Prime, and too many decks. Sybaris. So I'd put it on the Sybaris Prime. And I don't have one.
Years. A pinch of the void, and any weapon can be made to take your time. Works for me.
Okay. I think that's everything, because I have the rest of them now.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah.
Take a closer look if you need to. Take a closer look if you need to.
Camacore. I have a Camacore Incarnate.
Take your time.
Okay.
Stay sharp.
Now I just need to do the...
Only place to find deep. Getting pretty tired of humans.
I don't blame you there, fella. I'm getting pretty tired of humans. I don't blame you. The Sybaris. Sybaris Prime. Okay, let's incarnate that. First thing, I don't know.
Here's where it gets interesting.
Okay, so that's the Sybaris. Also needed... Brent. No.
So,
It'd be funny.
custom tune-up, admire all you like, but even my time shouldn't be wasted. Feeling creative?
Oh, I didn't realize that I hadn't picked an upgrade on these. Holy shit. I've used them. Weird, man. Kunai. I did want to do the kunai. Kena. Or the bow. Bow is a classic. Okay, well, there's a bunch of them now.
If you die, I got dibs on your stuff.
Good to hear there, fella. I really don't remember what the things were that I just did. Wasn't the Dara. Simmers? Yeah. Beta solo mission. Okay. Well, I think we have the Sestra. No, the Sestra's already leveled. So it definitely wasn't the Sestra. Oh, it was the Kunai. It is beyond me that I don't use this. Oh. Kill 30 enemies lifted. Affected by the lifted status. Okay. Yeah, let's copy a build. Okay. Now. Okay. Now, what is on this one? Prime Fever Strike. D. Doesn't do cold. You just combine it with oxen. And then guess we could put fire. Don't like that. Is this leveled up all the way? 30, yeah. I can just put a dash. Actions. Hey, thanks. I'm doing well. I need to do electric. That ought to work. I'm leveling up some incarnons. Just working on a bunch that I hadn't touched. Playing around with them. It is evening for me.
I've got so many different mods, I don't think I'll ever crack them all.
Yeah, I don't want to spend the time to mess with them, honestly. If I ever wanted to get around to it, I'd probably start selling them off for like 15 plat each or something.
Yeah.
Let's see. Like 4 platter Riven mod or something. Hey, I'm double broadcasting. Sorry about that. I gotta do a solo mission. Let's do a silly one. We have an exterminate. Excavation, mobile defense, spy, defense, exterminate. Here we go. This ought to be silly enough. So, how's your morning starting out there, Apex?
Eliminate all corpus threats.
Yeah, I'm supposed to kill these guys while they're in lifted mode, but they're not gonna. I'm not gonna get to see them to lift them, so that'll have to be on a harder mission. Woke up not long ago, having some coffee, enjoying it in the morning. Nice. Is the weather decent out there? Whoop, today. It's been not too bad today over here. Like it was one of those it wasn't flipping cold as all get out. Wait, that guy wasn't exactly lifted. He was just flying. Here's a difference, game. Kind of shitty. Oh, cold as fuck up here in the mountains. Elevation does have something to play with that.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Complete a solo mission. Woo! Complete a solo mission. Woo! Okay. So now I can check on both of those and move them up to their next levels. Where it'll be shoot something in the head a bunch of times. And I'll do that. That way. Okay. So you should get base damage by multi-shot. Base damage, unconsecutive hit with fuck weak points. I don't care. I have to pay too much damn attention for that. What do I have to do for this one? Oh, what? Are you already ready? I just skipped the second one? Huh? Fine, whatever. Weapon recoil. Sure, less weapon recoil. Let's go all the way up to the top. Weird weapon. Why? Get 40 headshots with this weapon in Incarnon form in a single mission. Okay. What do I have this thing even built to do? I don't know. Nothing? It's got a tiny... Well, it's got a little bit of multi-shot. 2.5. Okay, well, I mean, that can work. And Incarnate form. 2.5. Okay. Got more multi-shot. Yes. Oh, that takes away multi-shot. No, that's all the multi-shot it can have. Well, I mean, this is okay. Ish. Hunter munitions is a little redundant. Cryo is also redundant. But electric. It's a little bit better. Now it's corrosive cold. How about, since this is a pistol, cold. Shivering contagion.
Tenno, a new alert has begun. It will be marked on navigation.
Does it shoot fast enough? I don't know. I mean, it could be fun. I don't have any punch through on though. Cannon. Can I spell cannon? I don't think I can. Do I not have primary cannonade? Sybaris. You're not a shotgun, are you, Sybaris? I don't think so. Rifle. Semi-rifle cannonade. It's semi-rifle. Oh, because it's not primary, it's semi-rifle. Y'all, that's the reason why this isn't a semi-rifle, so that's why it doesn't work. Yeah, this is burst and not a semi-trigger. That's the reason why. Well, fudge. Can't put cannonade on. Swap out chamber. That ought to work. I'll deal with the rest of it later. Maybe shred. Increase the fire rate. Punch through. Punch through is always useful. I don't know. Grr, arg, is various other sounds of disgruntledness. Now I have nothing on this one, so it definitely needs stuff. You... Here, these are good. Do I have people with channeled abilities a lot? I do. We've already done the second one. I don't know how or what I did. Sure. I'm gonna go with projectile speed. And for kill 60 enemies within 10 meters. Okay. Now I need to make a kunai build. And actually colorize them. It's good enough. Oh. Kunai. A little bit of damage. No. I don't want to use the explosive ones. I've never really liked it. Multi. Lethal turret. Oh, you don't have a potato. That's better. Are you semi-automatic? You are fully automatic. Yeah, you don't have a cannon mod either. You have shit stats on both of those. And crap here until I get to your last stat. Might as well. For now. That'll work for now. Okay. Now what am I doing? Probably a still path mission. That's silent. That's not. That is. 2. Yeah, go ahead and put a mod. Yeah, put a thing. If I was smarter, I would build this the opposite way than what I just did. Which is to take off all of the damage and the elements and just have the multi-shot for this mission. Because what that'll let me do is just go in and shoot something in the head a bunch of times and then I'll get all the headshots it needs without killing it. But killing it means that I'll have to find multiple enemies, which is a little bit harder. But it's fine. I'll just deal with it. You are rank 30. Forma. D polarity 1. Screws me over a little bit, but whatever. Should add those omniformness. Silence. Hush. Okay, weapons are now silent. I'm fine with that. All those can level. Swap. Ivara. Duration should be fine. Excuse me. Still path. Sure. Where's that murder mission? I think that's it. Terminate. Let's just go to the same one.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Okay. The other downside is my dog is going to kill everything, I think. My dog's too strong for a stealth mission like this. Like, no. I want my dog. I don't want my dog to kill everything. I have to swap him out. Too strong, doggo. You can only feed helmets the regular ones. You can't feed helmets any of the primes. So you just want to feed the regular ones to it. Helios. There.
What are you doing that's so creepy?
And like for me, I have extras, like I have Sarens and more Sarens and stuff, because like I had so many Forma in my regular ones that I was like, I don't want to like sacrifice them. So I just built another one. Like, I'll just build another Saren and then feed the level 0 no Forma Saren to the chair. Because I'm like, it hurts just the idea of feeding like a 6 Forma Warframe to the chair. Yeah, the primes you can't feed to it, so you would keep those. And you would feed the regular ones to the chair. You only get one skill. You don't get to pick. It's always the same skill per frame kind of thing. So it doesn't matter if it's a level 0 unranked Octavia or if it's level 30 Octavia with a dozen formas. And since you can't feed Octavia Prime, you know, you'll just want to feed an Octavia. Same thing for Titania, level 30, formed or not, or unformed, rank 0, and you can't feed a Titania Prime. Hello. Who this?
Hello. That's me. It's Apex.
Welcome. It does
Hey,
make it a
what's up?
little bit easier to communicate.
Yeah, way easier. Like, yeah, dude. Sorry, like my typing is so bad. What I meant
No,
with
it's
the
fine.
question was, so I have like, you know, Titania and Titania Prime, same as Ivara and Ivara Prime.
Uh-huh.
So I can technically delete my regular frames right now, because my question was more, do I need any of those skills, particularly from Ivara and Titania?
Yes.
For other builds that are
Yes.
super. Yes, right?
Yes, you want to feed
Okay, so
Titania and you want to feed Ivara. Ivara's skill is really good. She gets this little arrow that does the whole the various options. You get two options. You get the noise and the invisible bubble. The invisible bubble gives you the option to make any of your warframes invisible through a roundabout like weird method, but really it lets you put down areas of invincibility that you can like go to, which is actually pretty useful. The build that I use for leveling, it uses the invisible bubble, because what it lets me do is, if I need to level like weapons and frames, I'll put the frame on. Well, technically it's weapons. If I need to level weapons, I'll put the weapons on and I'll go to the big mission, right? I don't want to kill anything, because if I kill it with my abilities, it goes to my warframe. If I kill it with a weapon, it goes to that weapon and not all of them, right? So what I do is I put on a buff frame. I put on Nova, right? And I speed up all the enemies so they get to us faster, and they're taking double damage, right? Then I hide in a bubble of invisibility, and I just move between invisibility bubble to invisibility bubble. So I'm not killing the enemies. I'm letting my teammates kill them all. And they're killing them as fast as possible because I'm making the enemies come in as fast as possible. Meanwhile, I'm not taking any damage and the enemies aren't focusing on me.
Okay, that makes sense.
So my weapons level as fast as possible. And I'm still being useful to all my teammates, right? Because of because I'm priming all the enemies. So like having that ability is very useful.
Yeah, I can see that.
So,
Okay, so then I keep them for now and just wait until my helmet segment is done. Well, then yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'll feed them then, yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you want to feed each one of your frames at least once. And then there's the whole, you have to level helmet up.
Right.
And the best way to level helmet up is to feed a warframe that you haven't, like, fed to him before. That's, oh, sorry. He gets the most XP. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that one. From, like, a new warframe. And then you can also, like, feed him, like, regular resources and then, like, take them out. But the best way is, like, new warframes.
Okay.
So you want to, like, feed him each warframe and then
Cool. Good. See? This is how you avoid critical failure.
Yeah. You want to feed them all because you never know when you're going to need like the ability that you didn't think was all that great.
Right.
Because everything's always changing and they're always coming out with like new stuff.
The new fucky things, yeah. No, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So you may not think of one as being that great, but it'd be awesome next month.
True.
It's just, are you the one that's clever enough to figure out the combo?
Yeah.
Because, you know, random talking head on the internet may not have figured it out to tell you what to do yet. Tell you how to think.
You know, the whole build crafting and stuff is one of the things that is a lot of fun in this game, so I usually...
That is one of the great things about it.
I usually like to fuck around with my stuff myself. But like, now with coming back, I appreciate it, you know, looking at builds and stuff and understanding what's what now these days after that long time not playing. I was like, ooh, it's a lot.
There is tons and tons. Like, I like talking with people because I learn new things. I get like different outlooks on builds and stuff. That's one reason why I like the Finn. So one of the guys, there's a bot on my server that's written by a German. He is really good at the numbers. I don't agree with him on the builds.
Right.
So he's not wrong and I'm not wrong. It's one of those situations. Like, his builds will outdamage mine. Just like numerically, but they're a pain in the ass to set up. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like, he's not wrong. But my builds are way easier to play. Again, I like brain dead monkey mode. So like the average person is going to get the same kind of damages or roughly the same, if not like the same out of my builds that he'll get out of his builds, just not thinking about it. Right?
Yeah.
He can get better, higher damages out of his builds, but they take a bunch of like paying attention and try-harding.
Combination and like setting your abilities at the right moment and stuff like that.
Yeah, setting the abilities at the right moment, getting the headshots. Yeah, like
I used to build like that in Destiny back in the days, like to get maximum numbers for like speed runs and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
But, like in Warframe, I can imagine like some of
It's
the
like-
abilities like that's a hard one.
it's like, okay, I can get more damage if I swap to 10-0, use an ability, come back into the Warframe, do a slam attack, go back to like you shooting from my gun, hit a headshot, use an ability, you know, like do all these things. If you do this song and the dance and then like, you know, use the actual weapon you're trying to get a shot with, and yeah, sure, you've stacked a lot of things together to make sure that the one shot is the highest damage it could possibly be.
Yeah. By the time you've done that, the rest of your team killed everybody.
Has
already,
killed
so-
everybody. Because they're on like no brain monkey builds and like they're just like murdering everything all the time.
Yeah.
So yes, you can hit like consistently, you know, negative numbers and all. Or everybody else is just hit on a monkey build hitting like 2 billion damage, and occasionally getting a negative number. So it's like, how
Yeah, with
complicated
those
do you want
damage
it to be?
numbers, getting the negative is like not like that doesn't, you know, make the difference anymore, I guess. Once you hit in the billions, like who gives a shit if you hit a couple of billion more or less, they're gonna die anyways.
I they're gonna die if you hit 50 million, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, so
I mean,
he,
I
like I
guess
said, he's not
I
wrong.
think it's nice. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to look at the numbers, but like, I'm on your side here because, like, dude, like having to prime 75 things before I can do that number, nah, dude, way too much work.
Like, I built a buddy of mine the best wisp in the game, and it's one of those where you have to collect an energy orb, you have to swap to Tenno, you have to use an ability, you have to collect another energy orb, you have to like, it takes like 7 actions, and then you can do the thing, and you increase the health of everybody like from like 3,000 health, and you recover 300 hit points a second.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. So somebody had like 300 hit points, they have like the base hit points, now they have like 3,300 hit points. You know, they basically become Inaros, like any frame.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, just because you are Wisp, right? And their attack speed is insane and all these other, like, you know. But what you have to do to set it up, because you also have to shoot somebody and get a status effect, you know, and it's just stacking all of these power strength modifiers on top of each other to make sure that, like, it's a bit of a pain.
No, I feel you.
Kill 60 enemies within 10 meters. Oh, I just have to kill them within 10 meters. Oh, I thought I had to get headshots. Quit knocking me down. Ugh. I'm throwing kunais at this guy. Literally killing him with kunais. That's silly. Does it count for that one if I kill them within 10 meters with the crown slam? It's like, kill somebody with it while they're lifted. I didn't kill the guy, but I got credit for it. Nice thing, this is going to be easier.
I'm back on the Warframe now.
Ah.
I need time out from Path of Exile too.
Occasionally, that's a good idea. Eight of 30. Get into the air.
I'm Protea and I'm coming first again in the second round. In the second map of the weekly event. Yeah.
Ah. You're coming first and you're on the way?
Yeah. Most of these guys are no good. Mind you, they are only 17, 16 and 18. Last 3 ranks. Probably got a lot of stuff they don't have.
I think I'm gonna run out of enemies on this board. I have broken their ranks. I need 3 more. I see 3 triangles. Okay, here's all of that. Kunai is a bit tougher. Gotta kill 60 people. 60 enemies right up on you. Ooh, more bad guys.
Synax and Dante.
Synax and Dante are very good.
I've been the pants of all of them.
Ah. $42 of 60.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
Okay. I got 18 levels. 2 of them are done.
If it rains, I'm taking you up on the roof to dancing.
Cerberus, there we go. Base critical, base status, both to 35, not bad. I think both of them up to 35 is good. 105, 90. I don't mind it. Now, is there another one I need to work on? I don't think so in this category. That one's still not done. This one is done now. Crit chance. Much better. $30,000 isn't bad. But nothing on this procs that. Since it's going to get that one, it doesn't need that one. Let's do gas. That's not bad. Could put that on. It's 1 off. That'll be interesting. That's probably a better build for it.
Oh, for real.
What's going on?
Oh, God. I gotta do the one thing I hate the most in Warframe.
What's that?
To get this helmet shit done. Hunting. I hate it so much.
Oh, I can take you hunting, and you won't hate it.
Oh yeah?
Do you
can
have
make me not
Ivara?
hate it?
You have Ivara?
I have Ivara, yeah.
Okay, that's all that you need. You won't hate it. Let me finish this mission, and I'll show you.
Oh yeah, take your time, dog.
Most people don't hunt right, and it's why there's 2 ways to hunt, and you can kind of choose which way you want to. And most people don't know that there's a second way to hunt, and that's the reason why they don't like hunt right, is because they don't even know that there's 2 ways to hunt. So I introduce people to the alternate hunting method. So first of all, what do you need to hunt?
I need to get per.
I heard you need to get
Purple velocipods for the helmet section thingy.
Oh, that one's easy.
That's
I mean,
nice to
it's
hear.
not super easy because you don't know if they're going to be purple all the time.
Right.
But it's not terrible, you know.
I mean, you know, like having the lure and stuff is fine, but like it's just kind of, I don't know.
So that's the way that most people go in hunting, and then that's the way that's not the easiest.
Yeah.
It's not the way that I recommend to hunt.
Right.
There's like setting your expectations. Like when you go out to do like one thing, right? If you're not getting that one thing, it creates disappointment in you because you're expecting like this one thing. So if you go out not expecting that one thing and you accomplish like a whole bunch of things at once, and you also accidentally happen to accomplish that one thing, it's kind of great.
That's kind of good, yeah.
So that's what we're going to do. We're not going to go hunt the Veloci thing in itself, because at the same time, the Veloci thing, the purple, you're going to also want to get the new pet mods. Like, do you have all of the pet mods?
No, far from it.
And you buy them with the tags from capturing things, right? So we're gonna walk around, and it's gonna force the things to spawn as we walk around. So we're just gonna come across them in groups, like a lot of groups, and you can actually go back and forth. By the way, like one area, just walk back and forth and just cause them to spawn over and over again in mass. Or you can do the whole like, I'm going to hunt this one thing with with a call, right?
Right.
And you get to do that 3 times, right? And then people are like, well, I guess I'm done here. I got to go in and then come back out and respawn this area. No, you don't have to do that. You can get like lots and lots and lots. It's wild freezing these people with this. Sorry, I run slam builds all the time. I'm like, wait a second, you the other night we were talking about weapons that you built into other weapons for Shadow, I think, and I noticed that you use the Magistar to build the Cyber, and I'm like, dude, I use the Magistar as my main slam weapon. I'm like, but you build this, you use that to build the Cyber. I'm like, I wonder what that could do with the Cyber. And as a slam weapon, it doesn't have it loses the range of the Magistar, but you always have innate freeze on the slams. Right. So even if it doesn't have freeze damage, anything that survives is frozen, which is kind of nifty.
Kind of cool.
Yeah, and then it still has like really good damage. And I'm doing like blast on it with this. So I'm doing blast toxin. So this mission's over now, so I can leave. And it's also an incarnate, like the Magistar. So you can get the extra bonus damage from like incarnate in doing the incarnate dance. So I'm like, I might want to try this one out. Okay. So this will set you up to be able to get all the tags and be able to get all of the abilities, the pet mods that you'll need to. Meanwhile, we're also getting the purples for whatever you're specifically doing. So I have a build for Ivara called Hunting. Because it's for specifically doing this. Okay. And I'm currently in solo mode. That's not going to be good for inviting people. Ran only. Yeah, I like solo mode because I can pause it and go AFK and go like make a shepherd's pie, which I did earlier.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm having a chicken sticks on the air fryer and some veg.
Sounds good.
It wasn't a true shepherd's pie because I added black beans to it, but it was still good.
I'm going to chuck in some gravy.
Nice. So this is the Ivara build itself. It's nothing special. It's just a lot of duration, a little bit of range, some efficiency. And I have the dispensary on from Protea so that I have like infinite energy. Because while you're invisible, you can pick up energy orbs and stuff. In addition to that, what really helps out a lot on this one is the pet, which is Oxalis. This is the build for Oxalis. So because it has scan matter, it will break containers around the map, reveals resource containers and mineral deposits within 60 meters, automatically breaks the containers, and collects the resources every 3 seconds. So if there is a resource deposit within 120 meters, because it's a 60 meter radius. Do you know how far away that is?
That's far. Yep.
It will shoot it, break it, and then teleport the drops to you. A lot of them in various places will drop health and energy orbs. So it will just keep you full, basically. Because it teleports them to you. Which is flippin' crazy that it'll teleport a resource from 60 meters away to you. And it will just keep doing this as the mission goes on. It doesn't even need a weapon. It just has this thing built into it that it will break them and teleport them to you. The aquatic life forms, if you want to go fishing, it will like light them up without you having to use a luminous dye. Botanist, it will automatically scan plants infinite number of times so that you'll always have them for doing like the feeding to your helminth, for doing the on Earth, the I've detected a thing. It means that the Silver Grove is here, Dino. You know, you can do those anytime you want to for their auras and yada yadas. It's very good. The deconstruct, the mana, the bond, the contagious, all those are fucking unnecessary. They're just bullshit that's on. You could use better things on him. I just have them on because occasionally I might put a weapon on him. I don't ever really. They're just nonsense filling in. You could put on the things that like the thing will heal you from time to time. The thing will redo your shield if you want to, but he doesn't need any of that. This is a stealth build. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The only thing that I can't fit on my Ivara for now is the Equilibrium. The rest I have, but Equilibrium I can't fit at the moment.
It just means you have infinite energy.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to change my main weapon.
Energy by myself, but I have a lot of energy pods.
Well, if you're invisible, if you're channeling invisible, you can't use the energy pads because you're channeling an ability. But if you're nearby me, you can always pick up the energy orbs that I drop from the flower, so you'll be fine. Okay, so where did you needed a thing? So it's Deimos. I know. Sorry.
Deimos,
Cambrian Drift. Like, where did you need to go? And then as soon as I was starting to say that, I realized that I knew where you needed to go. Okay. I should have gone over a few other details before we came out here. Do you have your tranquilizer gun hotkeyed?
Yeah. I got my
okay, good.
And everything.
Okay, nice. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of walk around with this, and if you like zoom in, you'll hear. So as we walk around, you'll hear the animals spawn. Do you have your game sound turned on?
Yeah. Like I figured that out so far with that you get a marker like when they spawn, and then you see like the little yellow marker pop
not
up.
even the marker. So as you walk around on the map, you'll hear. That means that the cat thing spawned. So you don't even have to have the gun out. Okay, you'll hear like. That means a little guy spawned. Okay, you'll hear their calls as we walk around if you're listening. Okay, okay, that was your cat. And so what we're gonna do is we're just going to walk around. The gun will help us see where they are because the marker will show them through the world. But you don't have to have the gun on to hear their sounds. And we're just going to follow like the edge of the map a little ways in, and they're going to spawn. The velociraptors that you want, velocipods, kind of spawn towards the middle of the map. There are spawn areas for all of the animals. You can move towards them, causing them to spawn because there's a radius around you that the animals spawn. And then you can back up and come back towards it to cause them to spawn again. That's the key. As you reactivate the spawn areas, they will fill in the spawns again. I need to put down my gun, and I'm going to drop some energy and fill up energy. But like your cat just made a call again. That's what we'll like hear, but we're not on Earth, so it won't be that particular cat. Because those cats don't exist out here, but we'll hear their little call sounds as they didn't need to do it again. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go left, so come with me left, because we don't want to like trigger too many at the same time.
All right. Oh. Oh yeah, right. It was with rolling that you could go
Yeah,
faster.
just tap shift.
Mhm.
First spawn should happen here in a moment. Okay, there's some that spawn down here. There's some of the dog pets. They're to the right. They're under attack. We can capture them if you want to real quick. It's kind of up to you.
Oh yeah.
Having the tags are not bad.
I mean, if there's free stuff, we'll take it, right?
Yep.
So this capture also counts for me, right?
Yep.
Like when you capture
Did you get the animation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that means it counted for you. So we're just going to continue to head kind of in this direction. I'm going to go up the hill. Did you hear that?
Yep.
It's right over there. Now, we don't have to use the trank gun. We can actually use our #1 ability.
Okay.
And sleep it. And then pick it up with an X. Okay. Did you hear the that was behind us? Okay, that's over here. So, like, this is way faster than doing the stupid missions. Okay, they're right up here. They are fighting.
Oh, yeah.
We can sleep everything if you want to. But I slept this one. I'm gonna collect him real quick.
Yeah, this is a lot faster though.
Yeah, this is okay. Another one spawned over to our right.
Right over here. Yeah.
Yep, there's 2 of them. It's because we're in between 2 like spawn areas. This is the reason why I'm like, most people do this wrong. It's so much slower doing the... Okay, here's one right here. I'm gonna sleep him. There's another one up on the hill. If we go back towards the middle, we'll get the ones that you particularly need. Okay, good. We got that one. So, like, if we head over towards... I'm going to mark it on the map. If we head over towards, like, this area here, then we'll get the things that you need.
Okay. Yeah, I would have never, like, figured this out.
Like, I've got something already ahead of us. It's one of the little guys. The Cryptolex.
Oh, the crawly boys?
Yeah. Up here nearby. Yeah, you are. And this is how you get a bunch of tags. Okay, there's another 2 guys over here. Whoops. I mean, this is why I'm like, this is so much faster. Okay, where's my marker? It's like that way. So it's like this general area of the map is where the purple guys spawn. It's kind of in the middle.
Okay.
So if we like, these are spawn zones, as you saw where those guys just spawned. So if we move from like, it's like this mountain range. If we move from like this area, where we are now, to like, you know, like here-ish kind of thing. See, we will find them like all over like these kind of areas.
Okay.
So it's just kind of like these mountains.
The mountain ranges. See.
Yeah. And they just actively spawn, like, traveling around them. Nothing really fights them. That's the good news.
Yeah, like I saw that, like they're just flying around, right? They're not like getting into trouble.
Yeah, they don't get in trouble like the rest of the guys do. So you just have to keep an eye out for them. They're usually just traveling around in a pack of 2 or 3. And since we're invisible, we don't really have to worry about anything attacking us. By the way, did you want to go after the resources while we're out here and get the good stuff?
We can, yeah, sure.
Okay, so come this way. I changed the waypoint. Okay, now I think I just heard one of the birds. Where is it?
I think they're over here somewhere. Like over there somewhere. In this direction.
There is a dude like right here in front of me. Right behind. There's an archival trail spot. I don't know. Oh, they're way over here. Okay, common archive. There's some birds over here. Okay, I'm not going to go get those birds right now. Now, as soon as we step on this platform here, it's going to spawn a bunch of dudes. So I'm going to avoid stepping on the platform yet because I want to kill this dude. Okay, he's dead. Okay, so as soon as we step on it, I'm going to have to change to my 10-0. And because you have to kill these little eggs after it hits them. But the 10-0, we have to activate this pillar. And now that it's slowed them, now we kill them with our 10-0 weapon.
Oh, okay.
So
you wait for them to pop out?
Yeah, you wait for them to pop out, then it blasts them. After it blasts them, then you kill them with your 10-0 weapon. And they drop special resources out of the tower. So you wait. And it'll go boom, and then you kill them with your 10-0 weapon.
Oh.
See, it tethers them. Once they're tethered, they can die, and it'll drop special resources. Okay, now you just switch back to Avara, and you'll pick up all of the Lucent, Terror Globes, Cranial, blah, 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 all the special shit.
Yep, all the stuff. Okay.
And, oh, wait, there's another one here I can kill. But yeah, they have to be tethered first.
Okay.
And see, we got a couple more drops.
You dropped the good stuff.
Yeah, if they're not primed when they die, they won't drop. The tower won't create any of the special resources.
Right. Now that's cool.
Yeah, that's the way the towers work. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to the scan gun. Whoops. I guess I'm gonna go get the Arcavius guys real quick and get them off of the scan radar. Because they're just here on the ground. So, hold on.
Oh no.
Okay, I got the bugs. Hopefully you got credit for those.
I did.
There is a range for the credit. And if you're too far out of range, you don't get credit for them. So you don't want to just willy-nilly collect them if you're doing this with somebody.
Yeah, just be close to somebody then more. Huh?
Yeah, it's relatively close. I'm surprised we haven't run into more of the the dudes. They're usually out here. I've usually run into like 3 or 4 of them by now. So, I'm sorry, we've run into everything else.
There they are. There they are.
You found some? I'm like, yeah, they should be in this area. The downside is they don't really show up with the gun. Yeah, there they are. I see a wing. And they're the purple. Now, these you kind of have to shoot usually.
I just slapped them. Works.
Yeah, but you tend to ride them
Uh-huh.
if you sleep them instead of actually like so you kind of have to like dart them instead of sleep them.
Okay.
Yeah, if you sleep these guys, you jump on them and ride them instead of like you see what I mean?
Instead of like picking them up, yeah.
Instead of like actually capturing them, because they're also a hey, how many of the purples did you need?
I need 5 in total.
How many did you get?
3.
Oh, okay, darn. I'm looking for more. Okay. Where? We got 2 guys over here.
Oh.
I got another one for you. A rare critter there. It's alright.
Oof. Oh, okay. I just got knocked down.
These guys.
Yeah. I don't know what brought me out of my
He's dead.
disability.
I dropped a flower if you need some more energy.
Oh, they see me? Lol.
Alright, somebody just spawned. I heard them. They're over there. They're Vulpophilas.
The Vulpies.
Just in time. Stasis will arrest the spread of the infestation for now. Bring the stricken beast to me, and we can discuss how to proceed. Fully grown.
I heard something growl in your direction. Something spawned in that direction.
Yeah, there's something over there. Something up the hill there.
I heard a cat spawn. I can see 3 things flashing on the map. That's why I'm like, it takes so long to track down the poop. I'm like, I hate following poop. I mean, sure, you can do it if you need something specific, like a rare thing that you get better odds if you use a special call.
Yeah.
But most of the time, no. I do much better. Where?
This way, huh?
Oh, it's down below. I'm gonna put him to sleep.
Uh-huh.
I wonder my malformed friend. And for you, the agreed sum.
Ooh, two more just spawned.
Oh, there's flyboys down there.
Yeah, I just heard the flying ones.
And they're over there somewhere.
And I've got 3 up here.
Well done. Another
What's this all? Cats.
flesh plucked from the harsh face of Deimos and given a
Alright. I got 3 just there.
I don't know
Oh, there's another one. There's another one over here. Oh, it's a daytime change too.
Over there.
There's a septic one over here, yeah.
Yep.
Now, usually where there's a septic one, there's also a guy in the ceiling trying to eat him. So...
Okay.
Just as a warning. You'll see like a little tendril coming down from the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
And there'll be like a little splattering of goo on the ground.
nice clump of ganglions for this little one.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah, like right here. Right here, this is what I mean.
Yeah, I saw it. Up
There's goo on the floor. And there's a bunch of little guys on the ground. The guy on the ceiling eats the guys on the ground.
But the guy on the ceiling can be hunted, or?
Yeah, if you walk underneath him, he'll try to eat you.
Uh-huh.
And you can dodge him just by keep walking. And then you can put him to sleep. So, are you over here? Nearby?
I'm right next to you, yeah? Right next
Hey,
to
watch
you.
this. Okay.
He is right above us.
I think I can just shoot. Oh, he hit something. He hit one of the darn thingamabobbers. The terrain. I can put him to sleep, but he won't fall down any lower. Now I can take the terrain up there. No, I can't stand on the terrain. No, I can't stand on the train. Ah, dang. Stop trying to burn me. Damn it, they burned him and me at the same time.
Oh, shit.
The J-Light Eximus killed him. Because I turned visible to jump up there. Jerk. But yeah, anytime you see the green and a bunch of little dudes down at the bottom, it's usually because there's one of those little guys trying to eat them.
Okay, there's some kitty.
Oh, there's a bunch of dudes out here. But this is why I'm like, the people who hunt them individually, like if you want to get tags and stuff, it'll take you forever to hunt them off of the poop.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Well, that's like why I was like hating it. I was like, this is like atrocious to do.
Yeah, and if we go back to the area where the purple guys spawned, there should be more. You know.
Oh yeah, cool. Let's give it a try.
They should be like over here-ish. Wait, did I just hear something spawn right here? I did. Yeah, if we go back over in this area, there should be more purple guys again. Now, they may not be purple. They could be white. They could be green. Like right now, I see one of the dogs. So that's what spawned this time coming over here. Maybe it wasn't a dog because I think it tunneled under the ground.
Oh.
Spider bugs everywhere. I can imagine there's probably people out there that won't play Warframe just because of, like, you know, this stuff. A little arachnophobia kind of thing.
Oh, dude, yeah. Buddy of mine, he would like not go in here. He has like severe arachnophobia.
Too much skittering.
Like, dude, in his case, it's not even funny anymore. It's like, oof. Just saying the word spider already fucks with him.
This one's an adult.
Fully grown.
Yeah, just one I ran across by accident while I'm out here checking the cliff sides for fluttery wings.
Yeah, same here. Roaming around the cliffs.
I mean, I keep hearing them spawn. Like, not them per se, but the animals and things. I've got like 3 of them over here. I'm also trying to keep an eye out for flying shiz.
Funny, it's always like the game knows that you're looking specifically for something and then these things don't spawn.
Yeah, that's the way my luck is. I tell people if I'm looking for something, it's like people are like, do you have this? I'm like, I don't know. I try not to focus on a thing because the moment I go and look for something is the moment that I have trouble getting it. So if I don't like worry about it, I just kind of get everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to go about the same. You don't have to look for something and just like, ah.
I got a couple Vulpaphilas over here. I don't know if you got credit for those.
I think I was a little too far away there, but it's okay, I'm coming towards your direction anyway.
There's a visor predicite down here.
Made it to adulthood.
Oh, an adult.
There. Whatever nightmares.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't see any bugs on that pass through.
Telling you, game accurate. Nope, not now. Now, maybe later.
I just heard some more dog spawns.
Yeah,
Medjays this time. Whoops.
Jay Predecide. As noble and regal and bearing as anything can be on this twisted flesh bit of a moon. Fully grown. This one is Bender's. What a magnificent creature. I want to rest my cheek against its chest and listen to its entrails
Son,
stirring in its
dude, give it a break. Like, what a magnificent creature. I want to rest my cheek against its breast and give it a magnificent stroke. I'm like, dude, man. You're a little too,
Yeah, he's kind of weird. I don't want to give him to. Thank you.
yeah, you're a little too into it there, fella. Another couple spawns somewhere. They're over there by you.
We're here.
I don't know what's happening to this one. He's just standing there.
Having a great time.
Oh, he's bugged. Can't do anything with him. That was not
moving around.
It was not one of those things where it only spawns it with certain, like, in the daytime kind of thing.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we can maybe I'm lucky if we go back there. I think I had.
They're purple whatchamacallits? Let's see, I'm gonna hit the, let's see. Mage, purple velocipod. Warframe, purple velocipod tags. Okay, velocipod. Perfect, you get 3. Nice. Good, you get 2. Bad, you get 1. I think because we slept them, we got like 2 and 1 because we caught 2 of them. Can usually be seen around the undulatum region. They can usually be seen around the undulatum region. Okay, let me check the map. Yeah, we're in the undulatum region. It's right here. That's why I'm like, this is where you should be able to find them. Occasionally venture widely into the surrounding regions. They can sometimes be spotted right at the base of the pathway to the necrolis. Yeah, that's where we kind of were. So we just kind of look around this general region, the undulatum region.
Right. They're not tied to the time thing, right?
No, I didn't say anything about the time for them. Just the undulatum region. I'm like, it's these mountains. They're usually like near the edges, flying around. Just heard something spawn over here.
Oh, no.
I definitely see you got a couple of them over there. Or a couple things to capture. I'd let you capture mine, but I don't think it counts. Like, all mine's a green.
Yeah, no, it needs the.
My K drive is a green Velocipod. It's not purple. Well, that doesn't work. Well, while that's doing its thing, I'm going to come up here and get some resources. Oh, nope. That one doesn't have one.
This one is potent.
Grandma, where's all the fake K drives? Oh, this one sucks. This one is kind of broken. You're supposed to let the screamy guys attack them and then kill them after the screamy guys attack them.
Okay.
You can tell what the pillars are supposed to do by the symbol above them, but the screamy guys, like, you're supposed to kill them after they attack them, and they often either like don't attack them or just kill them depending on what level you're on. So that one is kind of suck and doesn't work very well. So this is the one that has like the pillars and the teardrop. That one just doesn't fucking work very well. So you don't get many resources from that one. One of them like slows them, one of them knocks them down. It's like, oh, the slow one, once it slowed them, kill them. Once it's knocked them down, kill them. You know? It's like once it applies its effect to the enemies, then you like, you know, kill the enemies. That's the way it works. Ooh, I've got one of the dudes.
One of the dudes we need?
No, but one of the ones we're capturing.
Oh.
I'm sure this one put up a fight. Well,
Yeah, did not put up a fight. Like, I'm sure this one put up a fight. No, he didn't. A lot of people don't realize that you can capture the critters with Ivara because the sleep doesn't last very long, so they think that you can't sleep them. Like, no, you can totally sleep them. It just doesn't last very long.
Just need to be a bit closer so you can get there right away.
Yeah. You just want to sleep them. And since you're invisible, you can basically walk right up on them. You know? And it works a lot better because some of the enemies, you're like, oh, you have to dart them twice.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a green one. It's not a purple, but it's a green. Up here.
Green. Mm-hmm.
Are they purple? Yeah, they're white. Excuse me, they're white. I think you're in the area.
Yep.
So, I mean, this will get you 6 white.
I salute your efforts. You didn't try
We
to
were
find
just
a
here.
velocipod while riding another velocipod, did you? Don't. I watched someone
3
try.
whites. Nice.
Yeah, so that's 6 whites altogether. Oh, you need purples though. It's just more about like walking around in the area and hoping that the animal spawn is velocipods.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Now,
It's still all about luck.
yeah, because there isn't really a velocipod spawn like poop on the map. So you really can't force them to like spawn from a poop. You just have to like walk back and forth and hope that you notice that they're flapping their little wings. Here's a little dude. You got him. There's somebody fighting ahead of me.
Both things. Oh, there's some. Oh no, that's the bugged one up there. Yeah.
Fully grown.
Oh.
Oh, I got a green one. I'm pretty
one
sure
up
this
the
is a
hill?
green one.
I think that one's bugged, but I see him like.
Oh,
lit
no,
up.
no, this one's mine.
Oh.
This one right here. At me. At my waypoint.
Yeah. Oh, you slapped them. That's why.
No, this one's literally my. This
Your
is.
own pet.
This is my actual surfboard thing. I'm like, I saw him up the cliff. I'm gonna put this one back at the main base because this is my actual. I'm like, oh, there's a green one. This is my hoverboard. I shouldn't leave him in the area. He's going to be waiting back here. So that we don't think that there's one out there. Because, yeah.
Wait there. Be like, oh, there
Yeah.
is one. Oh, no, it isn't.
Yeah, that was stupid. Because I got... It's like, don't! Like, hey, there's one of the ones where... Oh, no, wait a second. That's my hoverboard. That's my own damn hoverboard.
The fate was real.
Yep.
Fully grown.
We both caught some at the same time. Like, apparently Mages take 2 shots.
Okay. These, like, I don't know, brains with legs, whatever they're called. You know which ones I mean? Those small ones, they also take 2.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, because you're supposed to use a different number of shots for different things, I usually like, fuck it, I'll just, you know, sleep arrow. Because it's just one sleep arrow. There's some that are like in the plains of Eidolon, they're like, they're covered in armor and you're supposed to use like, you're supposed to like shoot them in the face or something. And, you know, there's like the giant cats, they need like multiple shots. And you don't get a good capture if you don't do the right number of shots or whatever. I'm like, sleep arrow.
Sleep arrow. Wait.
Fixes all that. Yeah. Don't have to worry about that. Loud roar. I want more bees. Like 3 Cryptolexes here.
I'm surprised to see you caught a caustic Cryptolex, Tenno. They can be a headache to subdue. Well, you seem none the worse. Fully grown.
little bit far away. I'm gonna go do another item thingy. By the way, the item pillars, they respawn every 5 minutes.
Every 5? Okay.
Yeah, so if you do one, you can technically come out here and do a gauntlet circle of going to all of them, and by the time you finish all of them, you can go back to the first one and redo it.
Yeah, that's cool. It's nice.
Yeah. The nice thing is you get the mining resources and the fishing resources.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So you can basically avoid fishing and mining to a certain extent, right?
Yeah. Like, I'm using my Avara right now to lead the enemies onto this one. Because this one is the one that, like, slows them and tethers them. And there's a whole bunch of enemies around, so I made my Avara visible so that she aggroed all the enemies onto the platform. And now it's just tethering them all.
That's crazy.
If you come to this one, you'll see all of the resources that are around now.
Up here, yeah. Crazy. Everything's around.
And see, it just chains them and makes them to where they can't, like, run. And it's just, you just kill them. And then, okay. And now you just switch back to your thing and you pick up a whole platform of stuff. Like, it was a big ass list. This one's pretty good. It's got a good position too. There was a bunch of enemies around. And yeah, that one was pretty, that was a pretty good one. But I'm like, yeah, I'm going to sit my Avara right here and make her visible. And then everything's going to run at her. And I'm like, yeah, that worked pretty well. And 5 minutes from now, it can be done again.
Pretty nice.
And yeah, I mean, we haven't fished or mined anything, but I have 58 adamaryllium, 73 batholite, 5 Benton infested tumors, dragonic, dendrite blastomas, fermented bladders, that's the fishes, heliocrons, namelons, necrothenes, that's a rare mining mineral, ocular stem roots, parasitic terramols, you know, all tons and tons of stuff that, you know, I didn't actually have to dig at anything. And that's what I mean by accomplishing multiple tasks. Like, we're out here, we need to, like, leave the area so that we can step back into it and get the things to respawn. Oh, purple, 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 purple.
Oh,
purple.
Coming.
2 purples.
Don't take them. Oh, that's perfect. That's all we need.
3 purples. No sleep arrow.
Yep. No sleep arrow?
Yeah, no sleep arrow.
Oh, shit.
I don't know where the other purple went. And hey there, Mac. I know there was another purple around because I saw it fly by.
Oh, he's here.
Okay, don't sleep arrow that one. You have to use the dart.
No! Idiot, I shot him.
You killed him.
But it's okay. I think I have enough.
Yeah,
now.
you got
Fine.
6 off of those 2 perfects.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, there we go.
We can definitely go back in.
Now we can go back in. So like I said, that's not nearly as terrible as, like, if we had spent the same amount of time just hunting the guys from the poop, we would have hunted like 3 or 4 guys from the poop. And yet, instead, we got a shite ton of, like, things.
Other one.
And, like, we got a bunch of resources. We got a ton of tags of just, like, random shit the whole time.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a lot
Yeah.
of stuff.
We're farming a bunch of Apex didn't know that you could force spawn the critters just by walking around, and that it's faster to just hunt random stuff in a lot of cases, unless you're looking for something specific. And then if you're looking for something specific, you want to take the go to the poop and then use like the incense or whatever it is, the pheromones, to try and spawn the specific things. So Apex needed the purple dudes, and I think what really was happening is we were hanging out in the area too much and not leaving it enough and coming back. Because the times that we both left it and then came back, there was more dudes in the area. You know what I mean? But when we were like hanging out there, they weren't spawning very much. Because as soon as like we went over the cliff, and then as soon as we came back around the cliff, they were right there in the cliff, the white ones, you know? Yeah, it does suck that you can't track them. And don't forget to stop by Sun Apex and see if you can buy any of his, pet mods too. Because since you're recently returned, the pet mods are super duper strong. I don't know if I lost Apex.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I just realized that the helmet segment takes 24 hours. I'm like, ah, shit.
You can always rush it with platinum.
Well, yeah, but for that I need to make some platinum first, dude.
You can always give them cash.
No.
This is how they stay in business.
Yeah.
Artificial delays.
But I'm only back for a couple of days. They not earned my money yet.
Yeah, true. And it's like, yeah, that's the downside.
I mean, it's not a biggie, you know. It's more just a thing of like certain things, you know, like some things only take an hour or whatever, but this of course needs to take 24 hours again. Like, but it's okay. Some farming, some selling, and then it's fine.
No problem, Mac. You have a good one. Thanks for dropping off. Mac Tech brought a raid in. Few people.
I see.
But they're, ending up their stream, so they're not sticking around themselves.
All right. Good.
Okay. Now, I think I finished up all of the stuff on these. Yeah. Excuse me.
Says that before go to Sun and buy mods.
Yeah, each one of the cities pet people. If you go to where you can like spin tags to get like floofs and stuff, they have pet mods in there. For like they're the bond mods. So the builds that you see me running for my like my Robo Dog and the ones for all the builds that are like super powerful right now use the bond mods. That's basically what it comes down to. Like when Verglass kills everything and sucks all the enemies together on Nautilus. The Nautilus build. They're using bond mods. And it's not just him, it's also, Smokefinger and Hucker, Hyluk, or whatever his name is, in Cetus and the other place. But to be able to buy them, you have to go and have tags. So luckily, now you know a method that works at all three places where you just run around in a circle and you catch the things that spawn. And by the way, the different areas of the map spawn different things. Like the velocipods tend to spawn in the middle. The bugs tend to spawn out towards the edge. The birds tend to spawn, you know, over here. You get the idea.
Yeah.
So you can go back and forth between two areas to keep spawning the things that spawn in those two areas over and over again.
Nice.
Yeah, comes in handy. Okay, so all of those are done. And they can level up some other day. Kind of want to work on the kunai.
What do we look at? Unfortunately, my standings are already maxed out. For today, only got 12,000 left. Yeah.
I don't like this gun.
Which one?
The Vesper 77. It was recently like a... So, Nightwave gives you a mod for it that on like weak spot kills or weak spot hits or something, it does like gas damage on top of like the rest of the damage it does. Which is decent. It is like AoE gas clouds that hit pretty hard. When you couple that with like fire damage that it's applying with the gas and the fire, it can kill guys. But it comes down to like a why would you?
Right.
Like, why would you use that where you have to aim at weak spots when you could just use like the Ferris and just nuke everything? Hey, Abio. So it's one of those, like, I'm working on the kunai, and it's like, why would you use the kunai? Well, there is a reason. The canoe seek out heads. So, part of what they do is after you incarnate them and you throw them, they actively seek out people's heads. So they seek out weak spots as you throw them.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the great thing about that is if you get a good high damage build on them that works well, you can use them on somebody that needs to hit weak spots to stay like invisible or something. And they just randomly throw these out and they'll seek out weak spots and kill the guys and keep you invisible without you having to aim. Except for when the incarnate goes down, and then you have to aim. You have a request. Let's say a favor, but I don't know if you can play the song. Well, I mean, I can if I'm not streaming on YouTube. So I just get muted on the VOD. So I just have to end my YouTube stream. Let's see here. Sure. Most likely. This is not racist. You know. All right, let me go turn off the YouTube stream. Peace for anybody who watches the recording. I'm gonna go play some music. Bye.
Really?